Welcome to the June 16th regular meeting of the Orange County Department of Education. The time now is about 2:34. For the benefit of the record, this regular meeting is called to order. The first information that needs to be recorded is roll call. Nina?
Trustee Gomez,
Present.
Trustee Shaw,
Here.
Vice President Barkey,
Here.
Trustee Sparks, and President Williams.
I am present. Trustee Sparks will be here.
About 4?
About 4 o'clock, a little bit later on. Moving on with the agenda, I will make the motion to adopt the agenda.
I will second it.
I'm not done. You get to second it in a little bit. With the moving up of item number 8, right after public comments.
I'll second that, too.
Okay, very good. Discussion. All those, being that there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Can I just give 1 second? I need to look at the agenda.
He just wants to move up I-6 so we don't keep them waiting
Okay,
all night.
okay, that's
Does that
fine.
make sense?
Yep, yep, that's fine.
Okay, so that is an aye vote, Becky?
Yes, yes.
Very good. So the motion passes to adopt the agenda with moving up of item number 8 after public comments on 4-0 with one board member not being present. Okay. Any public comments related to the closed session items at all?
We have none.
Very good. Okay, moving on with the time certain, which are interdistrict transfers. These interdistrict transfers, the first one is an open transfer, and that is a student from Orange Unified that would like to transfer to Tustin Unified. So this is an open meeting, and we'd like to thank the families and the individuals who are here. And Mr. Terrence Dunn, who is our moderator and coordinator for student services here at the Orange County Department of Education, you will take it from here, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Dr. Ken Williams, members of the board, Associate Superintendents, Nina Board, and Renee Hendrick. My name is Terrence Dunn, coordinator in the Learning Support Services. This is an interdistrict appeal hearing for Riley Feliciano, who will be in the 9th grade in the 21-22 school year. The date is Wednesday, June 16th, 2021, and the time is 2:37 p.m. This is an open hearing. The circumstances of the appeal are as follows. On May 17, 2021, the Tustin Unified School District upheld the denial of the interdistrict transfer request for Riley to attend Foothill High School, a school in the Tustin Unified School District. The home school for Riley is Orange High in the Orange Unified School District. The reasons for the interdistrict request are in your materials. Also, the procedures have been provided to all parties. Therefore, we will waive the reading of those procedures since all parties have had a chance to review them. At this time, I'd like to introduce the parties of this hearing. Representing the family, Jack Feliciano, parent, Laura Feliciano, parent, Shelby Feliciano Sabala, sibling of the student, and Riley Feliciano, student, and they are all virtual. Representing Denine School District is Dr. Grant Litchfin, Assistant Superintendent, Tustin Unified School District. He is in person. Also in attendance is Jeff Riel, General Counsel, Orange County Department of Education, Gregory Rowland, Legal Counsel for the Board, Laura Rodriguez, Administrative Assistant, and the media team who will be facilitating the platform, the virtual platform and recording today's hearing. The County Board the County Board has thoroughly reviewed the packet of documentation that the parent and the district submitted. Each party has the procedures in front of them and the allotted time frames for each party to speak. The time will not be monitored by light timer for today's hearing, but instead you will receive a verbal cue hand signal at 1 minute remaining in the opening statement and a verbal cue hand signal at 30 seconds remaining in the closing statement. When you are informed that your time has expired, please finish your last sentence, then stop. Representing the student, the Feliciano family, you may address the board for up to 3 minutes. Mr. Feliciano, Mrs. Feliciano, you may begin.
Yeah,
You're muted.
I got it. Hi, good afternoon.
My name is Shelby Feliciano Sahal. Sorry, we're in the same room. And I am Riley's sister. I am a social worker and I've worked in education for 10 years. Recently, as we prepared for this hearing, we found out that under Ed Code 48204B, Section 1, Riley's mom, Laura, as you can see in your materials, Riley has been a Tustin student since first grade. Her previous transfer was accepted when she was attending Pioneer Middle, and that's when there was a change of residence due to divorce. However, Riley was recently put on an IEP this school year, and we're wondering if that has any reason for her denial. We have seen Riley flourish this past year in her academics, socially, and with improved confidence. What we do know is that the transition from middle school to high school is a huge milestone and a great predictor for continued success for students. We want Riley to have this adjustment and we want it to be successful. And we believe that not uprooting Riley will make that transition successful. Her entire life and educational history has been through Tustin Unified, especially after a year of unprecedented times that COVID-19 brought about. We hope to have Riley start this new year fresh, full of confidence and optimism with what she knows in Tustin Unified. In the package we received, we see the Tustin special needs education template, and there are 13 vacancies at Foothill High School, which is her school of choice. Given that our family is and has been an active member of the Tustin community, and that we work in the Tustin Unified boundaries, the commute we previously did for Riley to middle school was 20 miles round trip. Given that her mom works within 2 miles of Foothill, we're confident and excited that taking Riley to school will actually be less of a burden. What you're about to hear from is Riley, who's just graduated from 8th grade. She's looking forward to continuing her education in a district that their motto is a tradition of excellence that offers inspiring and personalized instruction to their students. We hope that Riley is able to continue this tradition of excellent education in Tustin Unified.
First, I wanted to say thank you for letting me say a few words and putting the time in for this hearing. I've been in the Tustin Unified School District ever since I started school. I've made so many friends and learned so many new things. In the 8th grade school year, I also had a directed study teacher, Ms. Buxton, who has made me feel more confident and helped me understand my classes better. I also made friends in that class who have been helpful school-wise. It would be an honor if I can get into Foothill High School or Beckman High School.
Thank you. Tustin Unified School District, you may address the board for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Williams, members of the board. My name is Dr. Grant Litfin, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent overseeing transfers from Tustin Unified. I've overseen our process for approximately 10 years in Tustin, and I'm very proud of the school choice program that we offer. Each year in TUSD, we support nearly 3,000 students in attending schools that are not their school of residence. This flexibility helps students attend the school that is the best fit for them, and we also get very few appeals that reach this level, as you're aware. We do our best to do 3 things. First, to run a righteous and transparent process that serves the residents of TUSD first, and then provides the space available in our schools and programs to those from outside on interdistrict transfers, like the one that we're discussing here today. Secondly, where we can, we provide students second, third, fourth, and even fifth choices of schools when their school that they're most interested in reaches capacity. And third, whenever we can, we hold students harmless and allow students to finish their school years and even multiple years at a school once we commit to accepting a student on transfer. This holds true even if a student does gain an IEP while they are with us on transfer. That is why you're seeing appeals at the matriculation point between 8th grade and 9th grade for our district. This is tremendous flexibility and even bears additional costs to our residents in some cases, but we continue to do it because it's the right thing to do for students. We have provided well beyond the required continuity of education for all TUSD, and we feel that if we need to deny a transfer, we should do it at the time that all other students in TUSD are transitioning schools as well. In this case, TUSD has denied a transfer for next school year for an out-of-district student who is participating in a heavily impacted program. Riley is transitioning to high school from middle school, and we like Riley. And she's a well-behaved, quality kid and a strong athlete. This is the unfortunate business side of schools that many don't see or understand. We simply do not have the room to serve our resident students in the programs required, which is our first obligation. We cannot continue to serve students from out of district requiring enrollment in impacted programs, and we have to deny this transfer. By Ed Code, TUSD must stand ready to serve resident students who come to us with an IEP throughout the school year. As a district, TUSD's population of resident students with IEPs has continued to climb every year, even as our total student count continues to plummet. For perspective, we have gained 17 resident students with IEPs in the last week. We have an obligation to serve each of these students. We know we're doing a great job with special ed, and we're in a place where students and parents want to attend, where parents want to send their children. We wish we could serve everyone. We simply cannot.
Thank you. Feliciano family, you have up to 2 minutes to make your closing statement. You're muted.
Yes. Can you turn yours on, please? Okay, I'm Jack. Sorry for the feedback. Just turn your microphone on. Okay, for a decision that is so critical. Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, for a decision that is so critical in my child's development, this experience has been stressful, exhausting, and very impersonal. It's been almost 6 months since we began this online experience. Most of those months of rejections and appeals have not been shared with Riley so she can focus on her studies. While her friends are talking about their first year at Foothill or Beckman, Riley can only encourage her friends on the next chapter of their lives. She's always asked me, Dad, have we heard anything? No, honey, this process takes time. Excuse me. Riley's had a rough couple of years with the separation and the divorce of her mother and I. She's lost a close cousin to a tragic accident. Her favorite aunt died due to COVID. We planted our roots in Tustin and opened her mother's business in mid-2001, just down the street from Foothill High School. We planned all along for our daughter to attend schools in Tustin District. High school extracurricular activities have begun and others are starting soon. Riley wants to be involved. We were asked a short time ago if we have a plan B. No, we don't have a plan B. So I just keep telling Riley, don't give up. It'll all be worth it in the end.
Thank you.
That's
That
all.
concludes the presentation for the student. Tustin Unified School District, you have up to 2 minutes to make your closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. If I could utilize my 2 minutes of closing comments to provide a couple of additional facts about the current scenario that's facing Tustin Unified.
I'm sorry, I can't hear any audio.
Okay. Should I pause, Mr. Dunn?
Go ahead, continue.
Okay. I feel it could be helpful with the board making this decision. Again, this literally has nothing to do with the quality of student before you in Riley. We simply must deny this transfer out of obligation to our resident students first. I had stated that we had 17 new students with IEPs enroll this week. It's normal for us in TUSD to have around 150 students with IEPs move into the district between June and November each year. We overstaff for this purpose, and we're nearly always behind in needing to hire by mid-year. It's fiscally irresponsible, and it hurts our ability to staff our programs if we continue to accept students from outside TUSD boundaries into
Fine.
impacted programs.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm sorry, we can't hear anything.
Can you hear me? Mr. Feliciano, can you hear me? Try unmuting. I don't know if that would help. Can you hear me now?
I don't hear anything.
Can I offer
Yeah.
a suggestion? Sorry, can I offer a suggestion? I think the other computer that Riley was on, what might have been working better if you were together.
Yeah, I actually have audio now. Thank you. Sorry
Okay.
about
Oh,
that.
okay.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the presentation for both parties and completes this portion of the hearing. President Dr. Ken Williams, you are now in charge of the hearing.
Excuse me, Mr. Dunn, I don't know if Mr. Litkin was
Oh, I'm
finished
sorry.
when he got
Did you-
interrupted.
I'm sorry.
Um,
Did I cut you off?
I'll actually wait.
Okay.
Okay, I
Thank
think-
you.
I just wanted to be
Thank you,
sure everybody got heard.
Okay, so we're going to go to this part of the meeting where the board asks questions. And sometimes we go in the closed session to discuss the issue, sometimes we do not. So I will start with a couple questions for the district. Dr. Lifton, you say you have 17 new residents, IEP students that are residents in your district?
Yes, that have enrolled in the past week. We have
Enrolled in the past week, that
Because we
weren't there
turned-
last year?
that are new students. They might have been here with us last year, but they have moved into Tustin Unified and are now enrolling as a resident.
I see. And how many students altogether in your district have IEPs?
Have IEPs.
Just roughly, you don't have to give me the exact
I
detail.
mean, it's a significant percentage.
20,
No, it's lower than that. I would say, I actually am not prepared to make that, to say a number.
okay,
I would have to look at that.
okay. And you say you have no room. Is that room for IEP students?
No, it is specifically, well, it could be. We have defined programs within our district. Special education is one of them. In this particular case, the IEP does require SAI, which is RSP services and speech. So we do have, we do take our process entails taking the transfer application and having special ed specifically look at what our caseloads are. We have a statutory limit of 28 students in SAI RSP, and we are approaching that limit right now. We're at 27.7, and that was on one of the documents that was provided to the board. So we are approaching that capacity now. We never cross 93% capacity by taking a transfer, because we always go over 100% capacity by the time we get to school with just our residents who move in those last couple of weeks. So we're at 27.7 right now, and we're going to continue to take kids in as we approach the school year. And we will easily be at 100% of capacity by the time we get there. So this is a student that is not from in our district, and we would be adding to that 27.7 caseload and approaching, again, closer to 28, our statutory limit. And we'd be doing so to serve a student who is not from our school district.
When you say you have a statutory limit, does
Yeah.
that mean you cannot go beyond 28 students?
Without incurring additional costs, or i.e. hiring additional staff. Correct.
I see. Now, suppose there was no IEP in this particular circumstance.
Yep.
Would the student be able to come to Foothill and be transferred there?
It is likely that
Or
what we would
Beckman.
do is put that student in our transfer lottery. And yes, the answer to your question is this year. It is likely that that student would be able to attend Foothill. Yes.
What
The
about,
impacted program that caused the denial was SAI, RSP, and speech services.
okay, what about Beckman?
Yes, yep. It's the same set of circumstances at each of our high schools. We're at 27.7 for
At each of the
RSP.
high schools?
We're actually above in a couple of different schools. Foothill is the one with the greatest space availability in SAI, RSP. However, when we get to the school year, as I said, we fill to 93% with transfers and we stop. Once we get above that, we know that by the start of the school year, we're going to be at our caseload capacity. We just know that based on our
What was your
history.
caseload capacity last year?
I did submit that within the packet. Well, the capacity is going to be 28 from a caseload perspective.
Have you ever gone beyond that 28?
And yes, and then you have to hire additional staff.
Right, so did you do that last year?
Yes,
Did you do that the year before?
yes. But it would be mid-year as we gained resident students. Or as students that were already accepted on an IEP, perhaps a general education student, was identified and needed an IEP. And we would continue to provide those services, as I stated, until the student reached the end of the year or reached a matriculation point. And we have been very, very good about retaining our students, supporting our students, even if they get an IEP mid-year, about going to the end of the year. And we have many, many sets of circumstances, and I provided that in our district documentation too, an entire list of students where we continue to support them until they reach a matriculation point, and then we will reassess our scenario at that point in
So when
time,
you-
just
when you
as we
go-
have here.
When you go beyond that 28, let's say you had 29, 30,
Mhm.
tell me what's involved in that.
Yeah, you would need a whole nother teacher. You would perhaps need an additional psychologist. It's all based on ratios.
Do you hire them part-time, or do you only hire them for the amount of time that is necessary for that single person?
Well, A, it's a very competitive marketplace, so you can't go out and get 1/28 of a psychologist or a teacher. So you'd have to do at least part-time in order to justify it. And right now, everyone is hiring. We have the need for 10 RSPSAI teachers right now in our district, three psychologists. These are all open positions currently in special education. 3 speech pathologists that we're hiring literally right now, and 1 in our visual impairment program, that we can't find enough people. By the time we get hired with these, we'll be going back out. So it's a competitive marketplace. If you don't offer benefits, which means a full-time position, you're not going to employ that person for very long.
So you've reached your 27.7,
Yeah.
almost the 28, and yet you're still advertising for job opening and positions available. Is that because you don't have enough people to meet these 28 people, these 28 kids, and you need more?
Yes,
So
we
you're
need.
saying, so you're saying that your district will not have enough individuals to meet the IEP requirements of these 28 people?
It's always a nervous time of year right now for our special ed department. They're hiring as quickly as they can, and we keep acquiring students on IEPs that move into our area. So yes, we'll hire those 10, we'll reassess the situation, and it's very likely, if our pattern holds for the past few years, that we will continue to hire all the way through the mid-year point of next year.
So you won't have enough faculty, whether the SAI, RSV, or speech, to meet the existing need. Is that what you're sharing?
It is a threat. It is always a threat that we won't.
Is it an active threat, an issue that's active now, or is it a potential threat that you're concerned about?
It's a very real set of circumstances that we could face. We are actively seeking people right now, and we're always in that spot at this point that we're hiring people. It's a growing program, even as our,
So let's say no one wants to work for you, and they go someplace else. How does the school react, and what do they do in that particular circumstance?
yeah, we'd have to communicate that we were in violation of IEPs. We'd have to continue to seek people. We'd have to provide evidence as to how we were
Do you
job
pay your
hunting.
existing faculty extra money overtime for working?
You could until you reach the statutory limit.
And what's that statutory?
That's the
limit?
28 that I was
The
referring
28, and you're at 27.7.
0.7, according to the documents that special ed provided and that I provided for you. Yeah.
Okay, that's my questions for now. I may come back. Mary, any questions?
I have none at this point.
Tim?
No, and I wonder if it's okay with my colleagues. I wouldn't mind going to closed session on this one, I think.
Okay. I have the answers. Well, Becky, do you have any questions? before we
Yes,
go into closed
so
session?
if we could look at page 46. And that talks about the caseloads. Maybe you could explain, you've got the 27.7 listed there as a total FTE speech therapist.
Correct.
But then you also have the caseloads above for Beckman Foothill, Legacy, and Tustin. So
Yeah.
maybe you could explain that a little bit to us, the room for growth?
For sure. Thank you. If you look up at the top, that is actually SAI RSP projections up at the top, and those are students, if we were to simply roll the group of kids that we had last year forward a year, you would get this. We know that we're growing rapidly, as I said before, but the projection has us showing that we're nearing that SAI caseload max of 27.7 right now. If you look up, you can see that Foothill is our low school right now. However, as I stated, we're going to continue to grow, and as we hire staff, we may reallocate. If we also continue to come in low at Foothill, if we have room to go at a different school, we may take a half a person and allocate them to a different site. So we might share a teacher, perhaps between Tustin and Foothill, as a cost-saving method, or to make sure that we can accommodate a caseload that approaches the 28 we were discussing before, temporarily while we go out and hunt for somebody else. So this is a piece of evidence as of right now, snapshot in time of where we sit caseload-wide versus that statutory 28 ceiling. Does that answer your question, Ms. Gomez?
Yes, so right now, and when was this done? So again, a snapshot, because you just said you enrolled 13 more students, right?
Yeah, I did. I got this from Dr. Lambert the day that it was due to Mr. Dunn. So it was as recent of a document as I could possibly
So
provide.
about 10 days ago or so?
June 7th. Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, so with that 13, we're maxed out.
We're very close to max right now, and I know there was significant stress by Dr. Lambert when I asked for this number. So,
Yeah.
yes, we are hiring right now, as I stated.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it's very hard to find part-time faculty, especially with specialties such as this. So
Yes.
I understand that challenge, but I appreciate the fact that if you do hire a teacher, you could potentially share them at 2 different locations
Yes.
to help cover and meet the needs of the students.
Yeah, it is an inefficient model because you have transition time between the sites, but it is factual that you could do that.
It's possible, but not ideal.
Correct.
Okay. So in looking at the transfer policy for the district,
Yep.
it indicates that all transfers are for 1 year, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
So the student and the family needs to reapply each year.
That is correct. Yep. On an inter, that is correct.
Okay. And so families are aware that each year something could change. There could be
Correct.
capacity limits or something else could change.
That is correct.
This is to the parent. Were you aware of the 1-year approval and that you had to renew?
Sorry. I thought I read somewhere that we got 5 years when we're accepted in the school.
If it's at the same school, similar to what happened at Pioneer.
Okay, but you are aware that it's a 1-year renewal?
I just heard that it's a 1-year renew. Well, then we'll just have to do it every year. We might even just plan on moving into the district just so we can meet that.
Okay, so that would be your Plan B. You mentioned you didn't have a Plan B, but that could be your Plan B, correct?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have for now.
For the family, the need for the IEP, the SAI, RSV, and speech, is all 3 needed?
No.
Well, I would say that's the assessment that was taken for Riley
Yeah.
as of last year, and that was the recommendation for her. So given that this last year was a pandemic of remote work for kids, I would want to give Riley as much support that she deserves, that she's been assessed and approved for.
And I think there's another evaluation coming up in October.
Okay. And what would you do if we did not approve this transfer today? What would be your plans?
Well,
Oh, I think they might have frozen us.
Feliciano family, can you hear me?
Like a bad movie.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it said it was unstable before.
Should we ask them to log off and log in again?
Well, yeah, well, they might have just lost connection.
We'll just wait until they log back on then.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I apologize. My dad's computer lost the internet connection, but we logged back in with mine.
Okay, no
Right.
problem. I think there was a question.
Right, so I'll ask the question again for the record. We lost internet connection with the family, so now that you've logged on, my question was, should we not grant this interdistrict transfer, what would be your plans for next year?
Well, we don't have a plan. I don't react. To be honest with you, we have not come up with another plan. I just wasn't even thinking about if it didn't happen. So I don't know. I don't have an immediate answer to that.
Okay.
I think us hearing that it's because of an IEP is really disheartening to know that if there's kids that need help and need support, that there's a cap for the support that's able to be offered, especially after this past year of COVID. I'm assuming that caseload is going to skyrocket because our kids have been put through the ringer by not having any social interaction, trying to be remote. So I can imagine what you're saying about having a higher caseload. I anticipate that going up even more.
In the Orange Unified School District, have you contacted them regarding the IEP services?
No, we've never been she's never been a student there. So we were told to wait for this process to start having conversations with Orange Unified. We don't have any ties to Orange Unified as of yet.
So all of your communication has been with Tustin Unified School District, is that correct?
Yes,
Correct.
sir.
And were you ever told along the way that the process of an interdistrict transfer was year to year?
No.
Dr. Lifton, is that common practice not to tell interdistrict transfers that it's not year to year? Is there some way that you can tell me you do or you do not?
Yes, we do. Right on the application that every family needs to complete every single year. It says right here that it is for one school year. It says also right here, all out-of-school district students need to retain releases and apply on an annual basis. It gives the date when they have to do that. Right down here, it says that it may be denied due to program impact and space availability.
So you have 3 areas on that document.
Along with our policy says the exact same thing.
Very good. I have no questions, but because a board member has, this is a little bit more complicated, so I agree.
Yeah,
Let's go into closed session. Let's talk about the significance of this. So to the family and to the school district, this is not uncommon where the board will go into closed session to discuss with our board attorney our decision, and we will come out. It may be 5 minutes, it may be 15, it may be 30 minutes. It's difficult to say. So we will be in closed session for the next indefinite time period. The board is back in open session, and the board did make a motion by myself, and it was seconded. The motion was to grant the interdistrict transfer. I will tell you the results in just a moment, but I did want to say a few words. We want to thank both parties, both the district and the family, for being here. It's important to recognize that the district did their best to warn and let you know that this is for an annual basis. So whatever the decision that you'll hear, it is for 1 year only. So that means that if the same situation arrives next year, we heard that the family is willing to move. That's the ideal and preferred way to do this. The financial impact upon the district, we've all had a nice, good year with the COVID. We all gained a little bit in our coffers, and I think Tustin did too. But we believe that this is the best decision for this child. The decision was 3-1 to grant the interdistrict transfer, with Williams, Barkey, and the good trustee, Tim Shaw, voting in favor, and the good trustee, Becky Gomez, voting against. So congratulations, family. Mr. Dunn, you may close this. Thank you.
Thank
To repeat,
Thank you so much.
I did, I
Vice President
seconded.
Barkey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
okay, to repeat, the Feliciano family, the decision of the board is to grant your appeal. Thank you, the district and the county board of trustees, for their time. This concludes the hearing for the Feliciano family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And for the record, we will be having closed sessions for the next 2 interdistrict transfers.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
The Orange County Board of Education is back into open session. We started our meeting earlier today at approximately 2:30, and we've had a couple of changes to our agenda where we moved up the issue of Isaac to the front end of the meeting here. We have not had our invocation. We've not had a report out of closed session and the Pledge of Allegiance. So at this time, we're going to welcome our guests who are entering the room. Thank you for coming and being here and caring. So we have closed sessions number 1 and 2 that Mr. Jonathan Brenner will report out.
President Williams, members of the board, Superintendent Maharis, good evening. This is the report out for closed sessions 1 and 2. The board met with council in closed sessions regarding the closed session regarding those items. A discussion was had with council, and no action was taken by the board. And that is the report out for closed session items 1 and 2.
We have closed session report out for number 3 by Board Counsel, Mr. Greg Rowland.
Members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, staff, the board received, in closed session number 3, the board received information on a matter of anticipated litigation. No votes were taken and no action was taken by the board.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Rowland. If you can come up and sit next to me here, and we will continue on with our board meeting. And at this time, it is the custom of the County Board of Education here to have an invocation. And it is my pleasure and honor to introduce to the public the good Pastor Amanda Yates. Welcome, Pastor Yates. And let me give you the public a little bit of information about you. Pastor Yates describes herself as a pastor, wife, mother, lover of rainy mornings and coffee, friends and laughter, beaches and sunsets, campfires and singing, and oh, the rainbow. She is pastor of the First Christian Church, which is there in Fullerton. It was founded in 1905 by Charles Chapman, who Chapman Avenue would have, and the university would eventually be named after. And as the city has grown from an early agricultural producer to manufacturing and industry, and as well as education arts, the church continues to grow and reflect the distinctive identity of its community. Located in downtown Fullerton at the corner of Harbor and Wilshire, it is the epicenter of the city's vibrant downtown district and remains a foundation of the city's life. Thank you, Pastor Yates, for leading us in our invocation today. You have the floor.
Thank you for the generous welcome. Let us pray. Creator God, there is beauty all around us. Sunshine and beaches, mountains and rivers, children laughing, strangers trusting and helping each other, teachers and administrators leading. The rich diversity of our human family, all races, faiths, cultures, genders, and sexual identities must make your heart sing, O God. And yet there is pain all around us too. Homelessness, addiction, chronic pain, poverty, sickness, betrayal, racism, and homophobia. The fear and intolerance we have toward each other must break your heart, O God. Help us, O God, to not become so numbed by the pain that we fail to see the beauty. Help us to not become so numbed by the beauty that we fail to see the pain. Keep our feet firmly planted in both what makes our hearts sing and what breaks our hearts. Keep us awake, aware, and alive to all that is happening within us, around us, and far from us. Guide these leaders of our county, we pray. Help them to be awake, aware, and alive to all that is happening around them. Bless them with the courage and strength to be catalysts for change in our time and place. Remind each of us, O God, of the beauty we can create and the pain we can alleviate, because we long to be educated, responsible citizens of our global family. Don't give up on us, O God. Continue to work with us, in us, all around us, and even in spite of us. We pray this in the name of all that is good and loving and true. May it be so. Amen.
Very good. Thank you, Pastor Yates. At this time, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance by our good trustee Barkey, and you may stand if you would like.
Please join me, and it's 2 days after Flag Day. Ready, begin.
Very good. Nina, do we have any introductions?
There are no introductions.
Very good. May I have a motion for approval of the minutes from the May 5th meeting?
So moved.
I'll second.
Second by trustee Gomez. Any questions, comments? Otherwise, there's none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, wait, because we have someone on Zoom, we have to do manual roll call?
Yes.
Okay.
And just for the record, we'll announce that trustee Sparks joined your closed session and is now joining the board meeting since she was not part of the earlier conversation. So, roll call on the minutes. Trustee Sparks,
Yes.
trustee Gomez,
Yes.
trustee Shaw,
Yes.
vice president Barkey,
Yes.
and president Williams.
Yes. Okay, moving on to public comments. Just if I can make an announcement for the record, on this good day, June 16th, one day after June 15th, we have a change in status of face coverings. And we're following the California Department of Public Health guidelines, which say if you're not fully vaccinated, you still must wear face coverings while inside the OCDE administrative buildings. By not wearing a face covering while inside, you attest that you're fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Individuals are considered fully vaccinated 2 weeks or more after their second dose of the Pfizer-Moderna mRNA vaccines, or 2 weeks after receiving the single dose of J&J vaccine. What this does not take into consideration is the natural antibodies that are created by the body if you have prior exposure and infection. I don't know how we're going to do that, but I would think by science, if we follow science, if you had the infection, you have antibodies, you should be covered under this. So I make that just as my own personal comments that, again, if you're in here and you're not masked, it's because you've had the vaccination. And it's okay with me because I'm kind of rebellious against this whole entire process, but you can be here if you've had natural infection too without a face covering. Moving on with our meeting, we have public comments.
Yes, I'm sorry. We have one from Kelly. Sorry.
Hello, I'm here again because I really like our public schools. They are a great training ground for the real world of collaborative learning, gaining leadership skills, and appreciating diversity in our communities. There are so many wonderful opportunities and experiences that children and their families have through their local schools. I personally love attending all their events, meeting teachers, and having parties for my kids and meeting all their friends and parents. This makes our community really strong. As a community, we pass our love of learning on to all of our family and friends to appreciate our American culture and celebrate our differences while maintaining our identity and our heritage. All of us and our children have already personally experienced the overreach of Marxist ideology of critical race theory, and it doesn't belong in our schools. Do not be afraid or fooled of their innocent, benign, fluffy words, such as improvement of society or inclusiveness. Our children and the next generations will be negatively affected by CRT, and it has absolutely no role in our society. This theory is pseudoscience, just as all past racist theories. This theory has been adopted by universities. They have embraced it and called it social scientific racism. They have repackaged it and sold it to us for the cost of our freedom. So much of our lives are bombarded with fake science. I am asking you to look beyond the pseudoscience and be brave in the face of unpopular decisions and make the right decision. We need to end all discussion of this dangerous ideology before it's too late, while we still have a choice. It will break us all apart and create a hostile, divided society, and our children will be paying the price. In consideration of our children's future, do not allow critical race theory in our curriculum. And I look forward to the debates that are coming in July and August.
Thank you.
Very good. So for the record, the critical race forums that we have in July and August are not debates, but they're more of an academic effort to understand a little bit more about it. Okay, moving on with our meeting, we will now move up to item number 8, which is an Isaac update. And if we want to, it is the board's privilege, we can also take up number 15, which is the notice of violation as part of the dialogue. We're moving up on number 8 and 15 because this may be a lengthy discussion. And Araceli, thank you for leading us and starting us in this discussion.
Of course, good evening, President Williams, trustees, and Superintendent Maharas. The board requested representatives from the International School for Science and Culture, or ISAC, return today to provide an update to the board regarding concerns discussed at the June 2nd meeting. The remaining outstanding concerns include the collection of pupil fees and operating in person at a location not zoned for K through 12 into educational use. After the June 2nd board meeting, our office sent Isaac another notice of concern and received the school's partial response on June 10th. Isaac did not submit all information requested, specifically the documents for the 2019-20 student fees collected by the school. On June 11th, Dr. Srinivasan sent us an email acknowledging that the documents were not submitted. YMC submitted a response opinion regarding pupil fees, which has been provided to the board, and Isaac has stated that they will refund 2020-21 fees to parents. However, there is no mention of the 2019-20 fees, and the board would need to take action on that. The Isaac School Board would need to take action to return those fees. The last day of school for Isaac was June 11th, ending student programs for the fiscal year. Based on documents submitted, Isaac's lease will end on June 30th. Isaac should not operate at the Boys and Girls Club location for any reason past that date until this board has taken action on the material revision to operate that second site. Representatives from Isaac are here today via teleconference and in person.
Very good. Okay, so Janelle, since you are here in the room, let's start with you. And then who else will be on Zoom call?
Yes,
What, could you give their names and recognize them?
yes, I would be glad to. Thank you for your attention this evening. Thanks for hearing us first as well. Good evening, everyone. My name is Janelle Rulli. I'm with Legal Counsel for Isaac. Here with us on the screen, you have Padmini Srinivasan, who's the Executive Director of Isaac, Michelle Anderson, who is consulting for the group. We've got a board member, and then I believe we have a representative from Charter Impact who will be talking about the budgetary issues. So as Araceli laid out, there are, I think, 3 main issues that we're looking at or have been looking at for the past couple of weeks. One is around funding, and Isaac receiving more funding than it actually had in ADA during its first year of operation. This is something that does happen sometimes with charter schools in their first couple of years. The second issue was around the facility and the lawful use of the facility during the Boys and Girls Club facility during this year, 2020-21. Sorry, yes, 2020-21. And then the third issue is around fees for childcare. So Padmini, I believe you were going to kind of kick things off and address the board. Is that right? Yeah.
You need to unmute.
You are muted.
Good evening, President Williams, Vice President Barkey, Honorable Trustees, Superintendent Miharis, and the OCDE staff. I am Padmini Srinivasan, the Executive Director of Isaac. First, I want to thank the OCDE's charter staff for their patience and meticulousness. Their oversight is only making us better. Second, I want to let this board know how much we appreciate the opportunity to make things right at Isaac, and you giving us the opportunity to come back today and present what we're doing to remedy the concerns brought forward by staff. I am a very tired and hardworking and dedicated charter leader. Starting a new school, much like starting any new business, is not an easy feat. What I have learned is that this work is really too much for any one individual. And this year and more with COVID has shown that that is only more so. I have truly been humbled. Therefore, I have put together a team of people with various areas of expertise to help Isaac resolve these concerns. And I will have these people here and others going forward when the expertise beyond my experience is needed. My concentration is really on implementing the vision for this school with the diversity of experience, with the academic focus, with the social emotional support. And I will focus on implementing that vision through our methods, through our curriculum, and through our tremendous support for each individual student, meeting them where they are. I will conclude our presentation later tonight with some good news about the progress we have made. Now I would like to introduce our team. I have made Janelle Rulli, our legal counsel, a much more active member of this team that has been formed to resolve the concerns of OCD charter staff. Janelle brings not only her legal experience in education issues, but an understanding of what it takes to run and operate a charter school and how to see that it is done legally. I have brought in our back office provider, Marisol Felix from Charter Impact. If there are some financial questions that you may have, Marisol Felix will be available to answer them. I've also brought in someone you all know, Michelle Anderson, a charter school education advocate, as a consultant on special projects. We are in the process of board approving her to do work on behalf of Isaac. Her experience working with and advocating for charter schools, particularly new schools like Isaac, is very helpful to us as we look to settle these issues and then grow and move into a second facility once approved. Finally, I want to inform you that we have put on Isaac Board's June 24th agenda the creation of a principal position. We have found someone with charter school experience, and with the board's approval, this person will take over many of the operations aspects of Isaac, starting in the new school year, so that I can focus on implementing our vision and having our academic performance reflect what it is that we think is possible. Now I will turn this over to Janelle Rulli, and she will act as MC and direct others to present. She will facilitate also the answering of any questions you may have, and I look forward to concluding our presentation by talking about our academic progress. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Padmini. Were we going to have Board Member Nguyen read the statement next?
Yes, please.
I believe that is me. Good evening. My name is Tu Nguyen. I'm grateful to be back here again to support Isaac. Today, I would like to read a statement from Dr. Sally Chell, who is the chair of our school's board. Dear Orange County Department of Education Board of Trustees, thank you for inviting me to attend the Board of Trustees meeting on June 16, 2021. It is with regret that I am unable to join you either in person or via Zoom at your request due to a previously scheduled mandatory meeting. However, I have been informed by the Executive Director, Dr. Padmini Srinivasan, the reason for this request is possibly to address two issues that have been raised by the OCDE staff. The first may be related to students receiving instruction at the Boys and Girls Club facility prior to having an updated conditional use permit in place. The second may be the charges for childcare over a period of time when instruction by teachers was being offered to some of these students. In June 2020, due to the parents' concern over safety at the Prop 39 facility leased from NMUSD, Isaac decided to seek a location elsewhere and was able to lease a facility that is shared with the Boys and Girls Club at its school site for the 2021 school year. When it was clear that public schools would not be able to fully open due to COVID-related restrictions, our families asked Isaac to provide a childcare option for parents needing to work physically. The childcare that was provided consisted of students participating in distance learning while Isaac instructional aides monitor student progress with teachers instructing with their cohorts remotely. In other words, parents drop their children off in the morning, and Isaac aides met the students with setup on school-issued Chromebooks and headphones so that the students can log into their regular instructional schedule and follow along. The aides were also available for individual assistance in much the same manner they would be as if in a classroom setting. BGC personnel provided general support and oversight related to the facility use based on the lease agreed upon between BGC and Isaac. Isaac's lease ran daily from 7 a.m. to 2:45 p.m. during the school year. Some families also received childcare through BGC from 2:45 to 6 p.m. separately from Isaac. Therefore, for most of the year, the primary use of the facility was for childcare, which fit within the BGC's current CUP. When state and county guidance allowed for meeting the needs of the most vulnerable students, Isaac did bring some students with the greatest needs to the site to work directly with teachers. Isaac was informed by Orange County Department of Education staff in May that they believed Isaac could not bring students back for instruction within the current CUP. At the beginning of the 2021 school year, Isaac applied for a new CUP in August of 2020 to the city of Costa Mesa so that it would be in place as soon as in-person instruction could resume. Isaac also learned at that time that the BGC facility is actually owned by the city of Costa Mesa and is used by the Boys and Girls Club through a long-term lease with the city. The procedure to revise such a CUP needs to begin with a signature from a city employee who would represent the city as the owner. However, operations in the city departments were paused during the pandemic, and literally no one was available to provide the needed signature and assistance. The CUP process stalled for many months until the Community Services Department at the city resumed operational status, which was March 2021. During this waiting period, in response to inquiries from Isaac, City of Costa Mesa Planning Department personnel stated that Isaac could operate under the existing CUP of the Sunshine Preschool, which used to operate at the BGC site. This is a limited CUP for only 24 students for a few hours a day. Following the advice of the city, Isaac began instruction for its most struggling students from about October, being very careful to stay within the upper limit of 24 students. On or about May 11th, OCDE staff informed Isaac that the option of utilizing the Sunshine Preschool CUP was not appropriate because of the wider age range of Isaac students compared to a preschool. In taking any actions to provide in-person instruction, Isaac has been motivated by the needs of the students, where distance learning was proving to be a genuine barrier to learning. In addition, every attempt has been made in all instances to comply with applicable rules and utilizing the existing CUP to the extent appropriate. Further, we have responded to the concerns of the OCDE staff as those concerns evolved as completely and thoroughly as possible. Since the city of Costa Mesa has opened up for regular operations, all lease approvals have been received as of May 13, 2021, allowing the CUP to move forward at this stage. We have received assurances from the city that the process will be completed in about 8 weeks. For school year 2021-22, Isaac has received approval to be located at the Prop 39 facility, which Isaac previously occupied in its first year of operation. The Harbor campus on 18th Street and Tustin Avenue in Costa Mesa, California. Isaac has also negotiated with the NMUSD a number of safety improvements for the facility to ease the concern for safety. On the issue of charges for child care, OCDE staff has expressed a separate but related concern that Isaac was charging for childcare of the students for whom Isaac was providing direct instruction at BGC. To the best of our knowledge and records, this did not occur. However, Isaac was informed that a complaint had been filed with OCDE. At this time, Isaac would like to receive a copy of the complaint so that we can conduct our own investigation to address the concern. As explained by the executive director, Isaac offered childcare for a fee to all families who wish to take advantage of the opportunity. Students who are on the National Lunch Program in the childcare situation were not charged a fee. Reduced lunch students were given the option to pay whatever they could. The fee was set because Isaac had to hire additional aides to be with the students during the day, which had not been originally budgeted. Students eligible for free meals were not charged for childcare. Those students with the greatest need were asked to come to the site for instruction once the instruction could be offered to them in person. No fees were charged for them. And if students were already signed up for childcare and needed instruction, the childcare fee was reduced to reflect for only childcare. Isaac never knowingly or intentionally charged a student for receiving instruction. We know this is clearly prohibited by the law. Isaac has paused all childcare billing as of April 1st. The school year ended on June 11, while we have operated in line with our best understanding of the statutes. Isaac is prepared to refund all childcare fees to the families. We have shared all details of childcare tuition and attendance with OCDE staff. We understand the board of directors have the duty to oversee the operations of all aspects of the school. Unfortunately, Isaac Board of Directors was not aware of the childcare fees until early March. The monthly financial reports to the board listed local revenue, but the members of the board believed it might be local fundraising efforts and donations. Once the board became aware of the issue, the board requested explanation from the executive director. Dr. Srinivasan shared her understanding that these charges were permissible based on advice from our back office provider, our legal team, as well as discussion with members of the Orange County Department of Education. The board recommended that the charges be stopped immediately, and there have been no charges in April or onwards. In any case, as indicated earlier, all of the fees collected will be refunded by the end of June. The Isaac Board of Directors takes all issues seriously and wish to resolve any corrective action without delay and have instructed the Executive Director to do so. The members of the Isaac Board would like to thank the OCDE Board of Trustees for your support and the OCDE staff support and guidance. We are still a new organization with much to be learned, especially during this time of tremendous challenges. We appreciate your understanding of our challenges. I would like to thank my board colleague, Ms. Tu Nguyen, for verbally sharing this letter with you. Sincerely, Chung Sally Chow, Chair, Board of Directors, International School for Science and Culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to underscore a couple of the points, the Isaac Board will be voting next week in order to refund any childcare fees that were paid during this year, 2020-21. The executive director didn't have the authority to just make that decision on her own, so the board will be voting on that next week. The next, the first issue was about funding, and what's going to happen if the charter school has to owe a bunch of money back to the state. So, Ms. Felix, if you're able to address that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So what we ended up doing was we made adjustments to the current forecast. We decreased apportionments to the current fiscal year to address the changes in enrollment in ADA. The adjustments show that the school will still be solvent at the end of the current fiscal year 2021. And any repayment of the overpayment of LCFF funds in the current fiscal year will be reduced from the next fiscal year 2022 LCFF apportionments. Also, it was mentioned that ISAC would need to repay Newport School District for in lieu payments. The positive note is that there has been no overpayment of the in lieu dollars by Newport Mesa, and so the school does not owe any dollars back to the district.
Great, thank you. So I think what was important to me to understand was that the school wouldn't actually have to like write a check back to the state. It's just that apportionment for next year would be reduced proportionally to cover what was overpaid previously, overpaid by the state. So that's what I heard on the funding piece. On the facility, Michelle, I believe you were going to jump in on this one. You're muted. I'm sure you're saying wonderful things.
Yeah, I'm very happy about it.
Yeah.
Michelle, you're muted. Turn off your mute.
There we go.
We got
Good
you.
evening, board members. I'm Michelle Ann. I used to come before you to advocate for opening new charter schools or renewing charters. And I'm here today, like in 2019, because I believe in the mission of Isaac. The difference is that there are 2 years of school operation behind Isaac. This isn't a guessing game as to whether they're able to open and to successfully educate students. They have been doing that. So have they been doing it prettily? Gosh, no, it's not been a pretty situation on how they've been able to accomplish what they've done with their students. But it is also why I adamantly push for a 5-year charter term. 3 years to get your act together, 2 years to pound down getting the academics going. Well, for Isaac, it's the reverse. Their academics are doing great. It's the operations side. And so what I will say is what we learned from this leader, she's been humbled and is recognizing that she needs the help. It takes a village to make a charter school work. And that's why we all have been brought in, and that's part of what we're here to do. So in regards to these facility issues, let's first start by giving a history so that we understand where we're at and how Isaac is going to go forward. Ken Williams, you went with me. We went to the opening of Isaac the first year at the Newport Mesa school site. And it looked like a great, absolutely great site. Playground space, nice sized classrooms. The problem was there were safety issues. There were 7 points of entry to that campus from outside locations, especially those that were abutted to a joint use recreational park. That brought problems onto the campus. Drunks and addicts came on board to the campus. That could not continue to happen for Isaac parents. Some had moved their children. Certainly, the school district capitalized on the unsafe conditions and used it to their advantage to try to gain kids back to their schools. So Isaac had no choice but to find another facility. And they did. And as you know, that facility is part of a City of Costa Mesa site that was leased to the Boys and Girls Club that was then subleased to Isaac. With that came the issue that there was no CUP. Well, the school year is over, and yes, kids were brought on campus, but they were brought on not with any intention to do anything wrong. They were brought on campus to be helped based on the State Board of Education asking schools to work with the most vulnerable students during this remote learning process. They brought in, they checked what the CUP said based on the Boys and Girls Club and then their previous co-leasee who happened to be a preschool, and it was 24 students. So they didn't try to force more students in. They brought in what they could or under that amount and wanted to work with those kids. After Orange County brought this up as an issue, they went ahead and all of this has stopped, and school is now since has ended for the school year. So there will not be any more learning happening at the Boys and Girls Club facility that's owned by the City of Costa Mesa until a CUP is put in place. The good news is that we have the Prop 39 site from Newport Mesa back for the start of the school year. So school will go on for Isaac, but it will happen at the Prop 39 site with safety controls put in place. I'm happy to report that the administrator has worked, and her board has worked very hard with Newport Mesa School District, and they got concessions to allow for a remote door opening situation because the front office is not visible to the front doors of the campus, so they can use a camera and then allow the doors to be open to allow somebody to come on into campus. They've also been allowed to lock off areas during the school day from the general public. So this all makes for Isaac being a safer campus for this next school year. And as you heard from the board president, the CUP process is ongoing. Now, it should not be as long of a process as if we were starting from day one, because work was begun on that prior to COVID. However, it's still going to take time. We've been told about 8 weeks out. The executive director, Padmini, is in contact with the city of Costa Mesa. There is somebody that is working to get that signature through to be a sign off, and then all the other processes will go in place. We will keep Orange County apprised of each event that occurs that gets us closer to getting the CUP. But we right now are operating with the fact that we will only be opening the Prop 39 site at Newport Mesa School District owns until a CUP is put in place. And that covers that facilities issue. We look forward to having the ability to grow the school to this next site. Once we have a CUP, there is a waiting list of 40, potentially up to 50 students right now, so that we can move into that facility. That will certainly help us in opening that up to open with a set number of students. So that keeps us within our budget. And that should solve this facility issue and should put it to bed once we have received the CUP in order to open up and get permission through the board on our material revision. And thank you. I'll turn back to Janelle for the next issue.
Thanks, Michelle. I would add not just the CUP, but also this board would have to approve a material revision in order for Isaac to operate at 2 facilities. So nothing would happen without further action from this board. And I do just want to underscore, Isaac truly believed that it had permission from the city, which is essentially the code reviewing body, that it had permission from the city to stand in the shoes of the CUP for the nursery school that previously had been there. Boys and Girls Club has been at that facility for so long that they predate any conditional use permit process, and so they never had one, they never needed one. Isaac believed that it had permission from the city to use the CUP from, I think it was called Sunset Nursery or something like that. So they believe they had that right. And then the last issue was around childcare fees. Michelle, I believe you were going to jump in on this one again.
First, let's make sure that everybody understands this is a very complicated issue. Childcare versus public school instruction. And in an after-school program, a charter school like Isaac can offer aftercare childcare services and charge for it. That is permitted. Utilizing the fact that school was closed down for the remote learning process this year, we had parents that were put at a disadvantage, parents that were essential workers or that didn't have the appropriate technology at home or good working space for their students, and we were seeing students struggling. The opportunity was to offer our services of allowing kids to come in and still meet with their teacher online through the Zoom process, but to be on site at Isaac and have instructional aides. And these were not teachers, these were actual aides brought in specifically for this purpose to work with these students. Again, all of this was thought to be done above board and allowed. And in essence, there certainly is a very gray area in regards to this. And Isaac has now decided going forward, they will not be a childcare provider, even in an after-school setting, except through a third party. So that could be either the Boys and Girls Club, and this would not have been an issue if Boys and Girls Club for this past school year had taken on the childcare all day long instead of only when they took over the building. If they had taken the childcare on from 7 in the morning on, that would not have been an issue met by Isaac. So lessons learned, helping out sometimes hurts. And so it's better to not be so willing to come forward and stick with what we're good at. And what we're good at Isaac is instructing students in a school day. And so that's where Isaac is going to stay in their lane with that. And any childcare situations, whether it's while remote learning is happening or whether we're back on site and it's after school care or before school care, will happen through a third party. Just so the board is aware of that. And again, this was not meant to be. I certainly think that parents, potentially a complaint was misunderstood because in looking and going through the records, if a child came in for instruction on their instruction day, they were not charged a fee for working with an aides because they were actually with their instructor getting on-site instruction with that teacher. Parents may not have understood. We've certainly looked at that. We would like to see that complaint so that could be worked out. However, in the interest of being fully transparent and not having a gray area and not pushing our boundaries with anything, we want to refund the money. The board will have to vote on that at their next board meeting, but refund all the childcare fees for this year back to the families. But also so that everybody knows, families who could not afford it were not charged. And those who could, the fee was $30 a day. So to help out families who had to get to work or who had students that couldn't and they had the means to pay, $30 a day was very reasonable. However, all that will be returned. So I'm hoping, and now going forward, knowing that Isaac will not take on childcare even after school care, they will subcontract that out. I hope that that now puts this issue behind us. Thanks, Janelle.
Yeah, of course. I think really what Isaac will do is not actually subcontract, just if they will help connect families to childcare options is really all we're trying to say. And I think, I know I already said finally, but Dr. Srinivasan, did you have another statement about academics?
I just wanted to appreciate the opportunity we've had to continue the work we've been doing. This year, despite the challenges, we were able to do what we envisioned, even on project-based learning and the STREAM academics, as well as put a lot of effort into social emotional learning framework, which we work on, which has led to really being used directly to identify students who have had true, strong barriers for them to be able to learn, in terms of barriers like depression, barriers like dealing with so much difficulty in their home life, that to even think about studying in that environment would be just impossible. So we are proud and happy for what progress we have been able to make in these very changing and challenging circumstances, to the extent that in doing our various assessments and tests that we do with our students, we've been able to really push for, we do these assessments where we look at whether there was growth that was accomplished or there was less growth. And we also look at whether the achievement was high or low. And we have a good mix of high and low achieving students. But in the beginning of this period, like through March, April, May of last year, and starting this year, it was really dismal, the number of students that showed minimal growth, whether low achieving or high achieving. And after we started pushing with everything from home visits to bringing in a few students for some time each day, we still have quite a large percentage of low achieving students, between 40% even in some classes and 30 to 40% in some classes. It's pretty high. But what we were able to see is in moving into the spring testing, we found that between 60 and 80% of the students in every class showed growth, showed very high growth, showed medium growth, which is amazing compared to how we were doing last March when we went into the whole COVID nightmare. So I am just very proud of the effort. I'm very proud of all of the outreach at the individual student level. And we have students who are excellent and outstanding and really quick, and they were able to move at their pace. The ones who are struggling, we fight hard to make sure they get to the grade level. And that's where I'm happy to say that the percentage improve of our students who are able to show above average growth has more than doubled. So we're very, very grateful that we were able to do that. So thank you.
So I know the team would be glad to answer questions. We would humbly ask the board not to issue a notice of violation tonight, but of course, that's at your jurisdiction, your discretion.
Very good. Well, the board, if we may.
Sure,
ask-
yeah,
ask
should I go
questions.
sit down?
No,
Okay,
you
okay.
don't sit down. We have a lot of questions for you,
Okay,
Janelle.
okay.
Okay, so I'll start at this end and we'll move ours to the other side. So to begin with, let me ask a question to, is it Marisol Felix? Okay,
Yes.
you are responsible
Yes.
for the back-end business office?
That is correct.
Okay, and tell me about the budget and the fiscal future for the 21-22 years.
So those numbers are not necessarily clear to Charter Impact, and I'll let the school respond on that. But once the budget is reviewed, if there are any funds, let's assume, that are needed due to their enrollment growth the next year, there are standard practices in place that are used by the industry to help the school offset any shortfalls they might have. And that standard practice is normally known as the sale of receivables. But again, my understanding of the future budget is something that still needs to be reviewed.
And when will we hear from that review, Michelle or Dr.
So
Janelle?
we have a budget that is close to complete. And we are showing that looking at moving forward with the one facility and the number of students that can fit into that facility, we will be in good condition to cover the year without receivable sales. We will be in good condition. And if we do additional growth, naturally it means that there is additional need for cash in the beginning of the year before the additional growth gets funded, which is the normal process in the charter world, that the growth, that whatever growth happens next year will actually hit in terms of revenue only in that January, February period. So there's a short period during which there will be a shortfall of potentially $75,000. And that will really be fairly easily handled according to what we've done in our analysis through a short-term funding.
Pandemi, have you shared this with Ms. Felix?
So we're actually.
Her response was
in the-
rather lackluster here. I'm not sure if she can validate what you just said.
Yeah, so we actually are changing back office providers for the coming year. Our new provider, Icon School Management, is working on the budget for next year.
Oh, okay, so Mrs. Felix works for Charter Impact, is that correct?
Correct.
I see. So she may not know about this because you're changing your back office providers. When does that become effective?
Beg your pardon?
When does that become effective, your new back office providers?
It will be effective July 1st.
July 1st, okay. And so we were told you have a waiting list of 40 to 50 students. For that waiting
Correct.
list, will you be able to accommodate them in the Prop 39 facilities? Or
We
will
would
you-
not accept the additional 40 to 50 students unless and until we have the CUP for Boys and Girls Club and a material revision. And when those two conditions are true, we can accept these additional students and distribute the students between the two facilities.
Okay, and your safety issues, are those all resolved? So it'll be a safe campus for the kids? You're not gonna have any transients or people with bad motives getting on campus there?
There were 3 issues that were present: the front gate not being able to be monitored, the fencing around had 7 openings into the outside world, and the gateway between 2 halves of campus was open to the other side. All 3 are
Back on, so we're back in live session now, I assume. Thumbs up, we are in live.
We're still recording audio. Okay. But not streaming. Okay. There's no video. So they can hear everything.
Okay, so if I may continue, the openings in the fence are being fixed by the district. The door that was opening into Isaac from the other side of the campus is still going to be there, but it will open from the Isaac side into the other side, so that we will be much more in control of that. And the district has authorized Isaac to install any video cameras and hardware needed to make that front entrance be secure.
Very good. And
So we are satisfied.
And my next question is for your board. Tu Nguyen, thank you for being here. Thank you for your words. Part of a well-run, functioning charter school is the leadership. And the leadership comes from the top dog, who is the chief executive officer, as well as the board. If you were to say or make a comment about the leadership from your board, do you feel that, being that you're in this situation, your backs are against the wall, do you think that the board can step up and take a more active role in their leadership there at Isaac?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Yes, we're very involved. And I have to admit, especially, speaking for myself, we're inexperienced. This is my first time ever serving on any board. Our hearts are in the right place. We have a lot to learn. And I think this last year in particular has been very challenging, both personally for me as well as for the school. So I do take some of the blame. I see Dr. Pamini work really, really hard, and I see all of our board colleagues trying to step up, but I don't know what else to say. We're going to try our best, and we're committed. Many of us have our own children at the school. I myself, I'm very involved with the parents, with the children. I volunteer in the classroom. That's where I truly want to be, actually. But I know that our school is new, and so I've stepped up and I've agreed to serve on the board, and I will try my best. That's really all I can promise.
Okay, very, very good. And lastly, just a few comments for Pandemi. I know you've been humbled through this. I know the pandemic this last year, a little over now 15 months, it's been very difficult for education leaders. I think your heart is right. The children in the population that you serve and educate is really high risk. And those are the kids who are really neglected, don't have the same family unit, perhaps. They don't have a mother and a father that's involved in their lives. So what you do is quite commendable. And the kids and your actions and your mission is something that touches my heart. And that's why I'm so involved and a big believer in what you're doing. Now we had kind of this time period here where we kind of lost touch, communication with your school. We're not sure what we're going to do. We have a decision to make here as a board, but whatever that decision is, I think life is about relationships and the relationships we have with people, and it's so important to be upfront and honest and transparent. And being here, talking with us, having your attorney, having this team here, I'm very impressed with what I see. I'm very impressed, Janelle, with the presentation today. You've answered a lot of my concerns. Michelle, I've known you for a long, long time. You are a leader in and of itself. You know charter schools very well. And the fact that you're a part of this organization now gives me a lot of confidence in where this school is going to go. And I'm confident that you're going to expand. We're hoping that you get this CUP for the Boys and Girls Club from Costa Mesa. And with that, I'm confident that you're going to be successful. And that's what we want to see. No one here, as you know, we have a great staff here. Dr. Maharis has assembled a great charter school staff, and they want to see you succeed. Araceli, where are you? Thank you so much for working so hard. Your heart is just so golden and big, and I know you care for these kids too. And I think we all do here. So I want to thank you, Pandemi, for your leadership. Michelle and Janelle, I'm confident even too. Thank you for stepping up and being involved, because your board is very important to help support Pandemi and what she does. And your next leadership, a good administrator, just like you had, remember Mrs. Williams, that administrator you had at the very beginning? If you get somebody as sharp and quick-witted as her, I'm sure you're going to do well. So I'm done with my questions. Mary?
Can I go last? Can I
sure.
go after Tim
Sure.
and Becky? I'll wrap up.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that, Dr. Williams and Trustee Barkey are on the executive committee. I think they've gotten a little more running start on this issue, and I want to make sure I heard everything right. So the issues seem to be the issue of the conditional use permit and the fees for childcare that may have been assessed inappropriately. Did I miss, those are generally the two issues, or?
Yeah, I mean, not to make it worse for us, but there was a concern about ADA being overstated in the first year. And so essentially ADA will be average daily attendance will be reduced in the next year.
Thank you for your candor.
Sure.
So I'm just trying to make sure I get the issues and then the cure. I understand the issues with the city and getting the conditional use permit. But as far as the refunding of the fees and this ADA issue, can you just give me confidence that these issues are either resolved or about to be resolved? Or I'm just wanting to make sure I hear you right on all these.
Yes. So on the funding, I mean, it's a mechanism that the state of California works out with its various local education agencies. So if the school claimed ADA, I don't know what the numbers are, so these are just made up. I want to be clear, these are just made up. But if they claimed 150 ADA and the actual was 120 or 130, then the school is essentially overpaid for 20 children, 30 children, whatever it was, times approximately $10,000. And so that money will just not be given in the next few rounds of funding. And so what we've heard from the financial folks is that the school will be okay, fiscally okay, not receiving that. So that would be the cure on that piece. On the facility piece, I'll be candid again, we can't go back in time. We can't have undone that. But all of the steps are being taken. The facility is not used now, will not be used unless and until there is both a conditional use permit and a material revision granted by this board. Because the charter school, in order to locate it at two facilities, this board would have to approve that. So there's nothing that's happening right now. We can't go back in time and undo it. The school did believe that it had permission from the city, but the process now is underway and has been for a couple of weeks now.
Thank you for simplifying that for me. I'm
Sure.
just trying to have a real basic, make sure I got it all right. Thank you.
Sure. Yep. Thanks very much.
Are you done?
Yes.
I don't want to forget Dr. Sparks. You're out there in way over in the other side of the world, and it's your turn.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say a few comments. Thank you for the explanations of what issues have arisen and your efforts and plan to resolve those issues. I just want to say, as educators, it is our job to instill a love of learning no matter where that occurs. We've all had to pivot during this past year, 15 months. All of us, educators at every level. And it's been a very difficult year for all of us. So I want to commend you for, doing what you did and putting your faith and heart and soul into educating these students in whatever way possible, no matter what facility issue. I mean, we can educate people in the outside in the lawn. We can educate people. It doesn't matter where and how we instill a love for learning. That is our job as educators. So I just wanted to reinforce that. Now, having said that, I know there are rules that we need to follow in the CUP and so forth, but it sounds like you have a good plan to move that forward. But I appreciate the innovation and the heart and soul that you all put forth to educate these students who needed help during the pandemic and did that in whatever way possible. And I think that's to be commended, not apologized for. So I just really wanted to emphasize that. Having said all of that, I would, and I want to hear from the other board members, but given everything that I've heard, I would definitely not want to issue any kind of violation. I would want to hear a commitment that you're going to fix these issues in a period of time and bring that back to the board in, let's say, 60 days, maybe 90 days. I know you've mentioned 8 weeks is the time, a given timeline. So that would be my recommendation. I'd like to hear what the other board members have to say. Thank you.
Sure. And Lisa, we're not quite there. We'd like to hear from good trustee Gomez and then Barkey, and then we'll get to our decision-making process.
Understood.
Becky?
Okay, thank you. I just want to be clear about something. Their Charter Impact is going to take over your back office as of July 1st. Is that correct?
It's the opposite. So Icon will be taking over Charter. Yeah, I'm seeing nods. Charter Impact is current. A company called Icon will be taking over as of July 1.
Okay, because that's not what I heard earlier, but okay, thank you for clarifying.
That may have been my misunderstanding.
Okay. So I guess my concern is how did we not know that fees were being charged or that we were being overpaid on the ADA? Can somebody, the financial folks, can they answer that for me?
Hi, sure, I'd be
she
happy
dropped
to
off.
answer that. So I think one of the most important things for us to note is that, there was an open acknowledgement that instead of the 100 enrollment budget, a 150 enrollment budget was submitted. Now, considering that the application was new and foreign to everyone, the budget was submitted and the school considered it to be their final operating budget and their actual enrollment for the year. So that was, just an honest mistake that took place, considering that, this process was new to all of us.
So we had about 100 students, but we thought we budgeted for 150. That's a pretty big range.
It actually is the opposite. We had 150 students, but within the period that is allowed to submit for the application, the budget needed to be approved at a certain point in time. At the point in time that the budget was approved, it was presumed that it was 150, but it ended up being that the budget should have been approved for the 100 based on that point in time.
I'm not sure I quite got that. So did we have a group of 150 students that we had planned on? And then when the school finally started, there were only 100?
So if I may add a sentence to that, we actually had 150 students and we had budgeted 100 students at one point in time and 150 as we grew the enrollment. But the correct budget in terms of date, but that was approved within a certain given date was the 100, not the 150. So we submitted the wrong piece of financial documentation and was corrected on discussion with the CDE.
Okay, so the wrong information was submitted. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
But the actual number of students was 150.
Okay. Okay, so you were notified on, well, I lost my note here. You were notified that there were children being charged and the charter unit brought this to your attention in April. Why is it taking until the June board meeting for the refunds to be issued? Anyone?
Sure, I can give this a shot. My office has a different legal opinion on the definition of a pupil fee. And so what OCDE staff was saying is that the charter school was impermissibly charging pupil fees. It's a constitutional term, it's in statute. A pupil fee is something that is directly related to an educational activity. Both of these terms are defined. So what our office has concluded is that Isaac was not actually requiring an educational activity that it was charging a fee for. The fee was for childcare. And so I think what has happened, I'm not sure when I got brought into this, but it was after April. But I think what has happened in the interim is that the board has had an opportunity to understand and to look into this. And then the board has or will be making the decision to refund the childcare fees.
Okay, I'll come back to something else in a moment. On the CUP, one of the letters indicates that Isaac began the 2021 school year on August 24, 2020. On September 1st, the OCD staff spoke to Dr. Srinivasan during a check-in phone call, and it was reiterated the school may not physically reopen without the proper CUP in place. So that was back in September. So now we've managed to get through an entire school year. And I feel like all these letters that have taken place and conversations, we were just kind of running out the clock until we finished the school year. That concerns me a little bit, that we couldn't respond timely to our charter school unit, who are trying to make sure that everything is in place and that we're doing our due diligence. And I know you're trying to provide a great program, but yet on the same token, we need to make sure we're following the rules. And the letter that the board member read, it indicated that they are trying to make their best effort to comply with everything. And I don't see that happening here. We fell short a little bit here. And so that concerns me that we're not making our best effort to comply. And the CUP, that's gone on for months. And I know there were some challenges with the city of Costa Mesa not being readily available, but there were plenty of emails going back and forth as to how we could get this corrected, and yet we still couldn't get it corrected, and it's still not corrected as of today. Is that accurate?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. So I think we've tried to do a lot of things here, and we keep falling short. I'm a little bit shocked at the fact that our board members say that they're an inexperienced board. When you have a startup school, you really need experienced people. So bringing someone like Michelle on is a good thing. But I'm concerned that if you still have an inexperienced board, you're still going to be in some difficulty in making decisions. So I'm just really concerned that there's a lack of responsiveness to our charter school unit. And I want to know what's going to happen next. I want to know what the plan is, because I don't really see a good plan in place. So that's where my concerns are. I'll yield to Trustee Barkey.
Okay, right, all right.
Can I ask a real quick question? Yeah. Just real quick, Janelle.
Yes.
Michelle Anderson is the new consultant there on site. Michelle, how often are you going to be there? Tell me about your input, your role. How active are you going to be?
My role is still being defined. I have submitted some thoughts and ideas. It has to go to the board of Isaac. This is from the goodness of my heart and a passion project right now because I did advocate for this school to be opened 2 years ago, as you all remember, and I still believe in their mission. But we do recognize that it takes a village. Let's face it, it takes a village to make a charter school happen. And so I have proposed that I become part of that village, which we will see. It all depends on budget and depends on the board's role. And I need to see how well it meshes with the new position of a principal coming in, because we don't want to duplicate. This is a school that's still new, have to watch funding. So I will be involved for special projects, not a constant going, not a continuous role, but on special projects. First special project is to get us past this notice of violation, to have everything in place. One of the other special projects is fundraising, because there may be a need to do some fundraising. So that will be something else I will be working on. So it will be ongoing, but it won't be in a continuous, stable pattern. It will be in peaks and valleys is how it'll be utilized.
Okay, and when, you're president of the board, is that correct?
No, she read the letter from the president.
No, I'm not.
But
I'm
you're on
not,
the board.
I'm on the board.
Oh, you're on the board.
The president is Sally, Dr. Chow. I believe she's been at your meeting maybe 2 meetings ago.
Right. So my recommendation would be call a special meeting, get a contract with Michelle Anderson, get it solidified, and get moving. You don't have to wait to regular call meetings. We have emergency and special meetings all the time. So yeah, get that going, take her advice. She'll really help you.
Thank you.
Will
Thank
Michelle's
you.
contract be on the June 24th agenda?
Yes.
Okay, so that's coming up then, so we can.
Good. Mary.
Okay, thanks for letting me go last. So I made some notes to make sure I covered everything, and I must admit, I was very concerned at the last meeting and just prior to that hearing about what was going on there. I agree that I know Padmini and Michelle, and too, I know that your hearts are in the right place and that you are working very, very hard. I know, as Dr. Sparks said, it's just very important that we educate kids, and you did everything possible to get that done. And I do believe that the kids at Isaac in Costa Mesa are better off because of you. So I so appreciate everything that you've done. I think adding a principal, I think that role, I think that'll be important so that Padmini can focus on where she should be focusing. Michelle, I'm very grateful that out of the goodness of your heart, you are here. I think it gives all of us a lot of confidence because we all know you very well. You spent a lot of time in this boardroom my first couple of years here. And so I appreciate that you are helping them and look forward to what you'll be doing with them in the future. Janelle, we certainly respect you. We've worked with you, and we're thrilled to see you here leading this process and organizing it. And it gives us, or myself, and I think at least some of my colleagues, confidence having you here.
Thank you.
Let's see, what else? I visited the school. I know your heart. I know what you've done with children. I've been to one of your special programs, and I do know that you play an important role in people's lives. So I appreciate that. And if I may have the indulgence of my board, I would like, and you can edit it, but possibly to lay the notice on the table until 9/1, our 9/1 meeting. I think that would give us just past the 8 weeks that we anticipate for the CUP. So it would give us 8 weeks plus 2 for fudge room if there's a delay. I think the August meeting is a little soon to get done what we need to do here. So if my other board members would indulge me in the 9/1 date to lay it on the table, it's my thought, and I'm open to.
Worth that.
So just so I can understand, you're making a motion for number 15 to lay this notice of violation, lay it on the table until the September meeting. I'll second it for sake of conversation.
Okay.
So when is Costa Mesa going to give the CUP, and when will that vote be by the board to approve the new conditions?
The material revision?
Yeah, when is that vote?
I think the vote is scheduled for, great. I don't want to speculate.
Oh, and I forgot to mention, I also am happy to see ICON on board because we also work with them with several of our charters. So that's encouraging.
So Isaac requested an expedited review process for this material revision, which, we can accommodate. However, we did tell them that that would mean that the board has to take action that first week of August at your August board meeting, which was which was sooner than the 8-week timeframe that they're giving us, which is, again, like we've said before, really optimistic. And so I'm not quite sure how this is going to work with that process unless they're pulling their material revision until they have that information settled. You guys are actually scheduled to take action in August.
Can we put it off to 9/1? Does that work if we do that?
We wanted the school to do that, but they insisted on the expedited process. So I guess that would be up to them if they want to do that.
Because we need the CUP to do that.
Yes. If the board would prefer that the expedited process not happen and that board action not happen until your September meeting, that's at the will of the board.
If I may add a word to this, if I may add, the city has given us a 6 to 8 week time frame when we submitted the last of what they asked for and got the signature from the community services group. And I believe that will put us at beginning of August for 8 weeks. So it's cutting it close, but I think that there is a good shot at getting it done, particularly because they have a lot of the background information already and have had it for such a long time.
Michelle, have you been involved, I think, in the CUP process? Or do you feel that it would be finished by the August meeting?
I have yet to have a meeting with the city, and until I have that meeting, I can't give a feel one way or the other. Padmini's been doing most of that conversation, so I'm always of the person that you put a couple weeks on for padding, and so that would, to me, that would put us past the August meeting, and would take us to September. But my question would be to Araceli is when would we need to let OCDE know? Because maybe we can get some information at the end of this month, because that was our goal, to have a meeting with the city of Costa Mesa. And then we can know if we have a hard deadline with them and can have it done before that August board meeting.
Right. So one of the requirements of Education Code is that we have to publish a staff report 15 days prior to the board taking action. So that staff report contains the recommendation that the staff gives to the board. So that would be 2 weeks prior to that August meeting is July
21st.
July 21st. So what we communicated to Dr. Srinivasan is that we would need to have whatever documentation she's, her CUP or whatever, prior to that, because we have to have drafted, written, and gotten approved a staff report. So she doesn't have until that date to submit. We sort of gave her, as far as we could push it out, was like July 16th to get us what she needed, which was, definitely below the amount of time.
What I don't understand, and it's maybe too obvious to me, why are we pushing this so fast? Why are we expediting this? Why can't we wait till September? Is there something I'm missing?
Dr. Srinivasan, that was her
Pandini?
request?
The school calendar is right now set to begin August 23rd.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Which concerns us as well, because this is sort of how we got into this kind of a little bit of a mess to begin with, is that, school begins and she starts to feel pressure to get on campus. And we don't want what happened this past time to happen again, which is you approve a facility without a conditional use permit, she runs out of time, and kids are suddenly on campus. I mean, we don't want to see that happen again.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone can approve these conditions without the CUP being in place.
Right.
Pandini, we're kind of wheeling and dealing here. Mr. Rowland, since you're our attorney, correct me if I'm doing the wrong thing, but can you delay opening your school a couple weeks? I mean, is that date set in stone in August there? Can you wait till a couple weeks after in September? Pandemi, that's a question to you. Take yourself off mute.
Yeah. So it's an interesting possibility. I hadn't really thought about it, but because we set these calendars and get them approved, and we think of it as a thing that we have to abide by. But clearly, I think this game, you know, the facility is the tail that wags the dog. So we will, you know, for us to enable what is best for the school and what is best for the students we wish to serve, I think that we will have to create that flexibility.
I don't have a tremendous amount to say about this, but it seems to me that tabling this till September 1 serves everybody's needs, right? It's a staff recommendation, first of all, and I don't have a great deal of faith in the conditional use permit getting granted in an expedited fashion. Call me cynical. But then, but if we can move the calendar, we get some clarity on the use permit, the board has some clarity on how they rule on the material revision, I think that protects my client. And I think that would take a step towards satisfying the department and getting some clarity for them. So that would be my recommendation to the board. I don't know if that's a logistical morass or not.
It would be our preference as well. There's obviously a couple of issues that have come up now in listening to this board meeting. And as we've received more documentation, one is that the budget that was submitted with that material revision appears to no longer be valid, if what I'm hearing is accurate and they're creating a whole new budget. So that also kind of prevents us from moving forward on analyzing that budget that's no longer accurate. We have, you know, there's outstanding things. The contract for this consultant is one. An initial review of the budget that we had before us, you know, the last budget we had before us showed that from what we could analyze and estimate, if the child care fees are refunded and if the money's clawed back, you know, there's about a cushion of about $10,000 that this school has. And that is without hiring a principal. That's without hiring a consultant. And so we're very, very curious to know what this new budget shows and how they're going to make these numbers work. Is it that they're only hiring a principal if they get this second site? You know what I mean? So there's a lot of questions now, and we're sort of now, from what it sounds like, is we're at a standstill to being able to review a budget because the budget that we have on file is not correct.
Okay, add to the confusion of the moment. And for those listening on live streaming or here, we're hearing it just the same time as you. So how do you be as wise as Solomon in making the decision here?
Well, Solomon had a book to go by. We don't. But I'm understanding from the body language of all the people involved that tabling this till September 1 would give everybody an opportunity to do their respective jobs and give staff the ability to make these inquiries in the budget that seem to me to be pretty important.
Yeah, I that's my thoughts, to delay this.
Yep.
And do not expedite it. That would be my recommendation. I would feel more comfortable with that. I'd like to hear from my other board members. Lisa, you're out there in Italy. I know it's like 4 a.m. in the morning. Your thoughts?
I agree. That was sort of my initial thought as I heard all of the information. So I really think I was aligned, even from millions of miles away. Not millions, but yeah, I think September 1st would really give us the time that we need to shore up all these additional questions and minor issues.
Tim?
That sounds good. I mean, I guess the best option of those available. I would think that moving your start date of your school back would present a lot of challenges. I mean, I shuddered a little bit when I heard that idea because I can only imagine what that does to your whole academic calendar. But I suppose of everything I've heard tonight, that September 1st, I guess, is the best option of those available.
Becky?
Well, my concern would be what happens on September 1st if these things aren't resolved? What happens to those kids? That's a huge concern of mine.
Yeah, you're referring to the CUP.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
if there's
I mean,
no
if this,
CUP.
if this doesn't all get resolved and we come back on September 1st and some of these things still aren't resolved, we can't move forward. And what's plan B for those kids? And Dr. Srinivasan, we may not get, if the kids find out that they're not gonna start school at a certain time, would you lose students? Because you're probably trying to mirror the calendar of Newport Mesa, right? Because of childcare and all sorts of other stuff. So I'm
So
having
I won't say that
palpitations
it's
right now.
ideal. Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's ideal to postpone the start date. However, the Prop 39 facility will be there, will be where our current view of how many students we are accepting is just the number that will be able to fit in the Prop 39 facility. The additional students that we would like to enroll will only be enrolled if and when CUP and material revision both occur. So if they don't occur and we're at September 1st, at that point, if it's not ready, we're not enrolling those additional kids, and they will be where they have decided to be because they will not have an acceptance from us.
Okay,
Yeah, we did talk to Dr. Srinivasan about that she couldn't actually accept these students into the school without having the seat for them. And she acknowledged that and understood that. One thing, though, I want to say is I don't want to lose sight of the complexity that we're working with here because it's beyond just a CUP. As far as refunding money that was classified as childcare fees, what we don't have in place, and I think you talked about this, is what we don't have in place is a plan on how they're going to do this. From what we read through receipts and invoice, the stuff that she submitted, some of those students are no longer at the school. What is her plan for contacting these families and getting these funds back to them? We still have not heard about any accounting of the 2019-20 fees. We don't know why we haven't received those documents, and there has been no mention of the refund of those fees. So the fees were not just for 2021, they also collected fees in 2019-20. We've seen no documentation on that. We're hesitant to move forward without a plan, and that for us, that's what a notice of violation does. It requires them to come up with a plan for how they're going to correct these issues. So everything that you're sort of hearing here, it needs to be kind of more concrete for us to be comfortable, but that's why we prefer to do things in writing. We prefer to have plans written out because things change, and a lot of the time it can get confusing and issues can get compounded if we don't have a clear plan from the school as to how this is going to happen. It's beyond them voting to return fees. These families also, if you looked at the emails, they were asking for tax documentation. Some of these families claim these fees as deductions on their taxes. So they have something to do, so that they have to be told about all of that. So this is where we sort of are wanting a clearer, that she understands the implications and can give us a clear plan of the steps that they're going to take to correct some of these issues.
So, Dr. Srinivasan, what plan is going to the board on June 24th to refund these fees? Is there a plan?
Yeah, so basically the point to which we have come is that.
Is there a written plan, though? Is there a written plan that's going to the board?
There's a plan that's going to be part of the agenda for the meeting on the 24th. And so it will be part of what is posted and made available to OCDE staff on the posting date, which is the 21st, this coming Monday. And yes.
What that takes away from the board, though, is the ability for you to determine whether her plan works, whether you're comfortable with the plan that she's presenting. Without some sort of a formal process in place for you guys to look at timelines, for you to look at the actions that she's going to be taking. We'd be leaving it up to the school to determine their plan and hope that it's viable.
Janelle, since we're wheeling and dealing here, when can we get a plan? Araceli was just articulating there. Do you know if there is a plan?
It sounds like there will be one, a written plan as of Monday. I have to say, this is the first I'm hearing about the tax deduction issue. So that certainly will need to be thought through. Padmini, I don't want to overcommit. I don't know what's realistic on your end, but I think what we're hearing and what we can agree to is to write a plan about refunding fees, send it to the board, send it to staff, send it to the board, and then if we get a check, meaning that it's okay, then move forward with it. I mean, we can certainly, we can take those actions. And this might be something, Michelle, I don't mean to be writing your contract, but this might be something that you would be able to assist with.
Yeah, yes.
So, please, I'm just talking out loud and.
Let me help. Is there a way we can agendize a review of that plan in July?
If they get it in on time for us to submit it on the board agenda.
Understood.
Yeah.
Mighty big if, but
And you mean, and for us to have analyzed it and given you
I'm not
some
trying
sort
to
of a recommendation?
increase your workload.
No,
I'll
just
analyze it
wondering
if you
what
want. But seriously, is there a way that we can split King Solomon's baby on this plan and bring it before the board so that they can exercise some discretion over this plan and rely on your analysis related
Yeah,
thereto?
and that's basically what the process of a notice of violation would
Understood.
do. Yeah,
Understood. That's
so-
exactly what the process of a
So
notice of violation.
when would you need the plan to review it? So the meeting is July 7th, so we would need, when do you need it to make sure that it's to us for the July 7th meeting?
When is the board deadline, Nina? I'm sorry, I don't have a calendar open.
23rd?
The 23rd is the board deadline. We probably would need about a week at least prior to that.
That's today.
It's tight.
Well, I don't understand why we don't have a written plan if that was supposed to go to, if it's scheduled to go to their board in a week. I mean, why isn't there a plan written? I mean, this is really unacceptable.
The other part, just to throw out there so that they understand kind of what we're wanting here, is we also don't know what would happen to the monies that they've collected if they can't locate the parents that are no longer at the school. Where does that money sit? We believe those fees to have been collected illegally, so we don't necessarily want to see the school just absorb that money for other things. So these are some of the outstanding questions.
So what I don't understand, has it been determined that these fees were collected illegally?
What's difficult to determine there is that they're classifying it as childcare, and I think what we've sort of presented to the board, what Dr. Srinivasan said and what the current board member said in her written statement, is that education was happening during that time. Educational activities were happening during that time. And so that's where she may have called it childcare, but we know that kids were logging onto Zoom for asynchronous, synchronous learning. There was a period of time when there was a teacher there. And what we are unable to determine is, because there were no sign-in and out sheets, even though they're telling us that we didn't charge during the time that the kids were learning, we have no documentation of how that was tracked or monitored. So even if they tried to retain some of the funds because they're saying that no class instruction happened during that time, there's no documentation of how they kept track of that. Yeah. So I mean, the question as to whether they're legal fees or not is pretty complicated. One, because of what we would consider kind of, bookkeeping that's lacking, and the other, if we are going to say, okay, they are able to operate a child care center, we're not sure that that's true, that a charter school can operate child care during school hours. Before and after school care under the ACES program, perhaps, but that's not a program that they're operating under, and this was during school hours. And so we would need to know under what jurisdiction are they able to operate a child care program. Did they need a business license to do it? Does it fall within the parameters of their nonprofit status to do so? There's a lot of, and so if we're going to try to determine whether they're able to legally offer childcare, there's more information that's needed from the school in order to be able to determine that. What we are saying is that what we observed, what we've been told, and what we keep hearing is that kids were doing schoolwork during this time. It was called childcare, but actual, essential school things were happening with these kids. They were logging onto Zoom. They were listening to lessons, and then and then later, there was actual teachers there. And I want to be very respectful to Dr. Srinivasan, but we have all of the emails, the same documentation that she looked at. That CUP said that she has to operate exactly under the parameters of the CUP. The CUP had grade levels on it, had very specific days that it could be operated. And so she looked and said, I can have 24 kids. That was one that was one part of that CUP. There was other things there, and the city asked her she needed to verify to the city that she was going to operate exactly as that CUP stated. I don't know whether that was ever provided to the city or not, but what we know in practice is that no, she didn't follow that CUP to the letter. And so there is always a concern when what we're looking at is the same thing that the school's looking at, and what we're reading, she's interpreting in a completely different way. We want her to be successful, but we do know from just past experience that it's always better to have something formal in writing, because you don't know what's going to happen or what's going to be submitted or what it's going to look like, in a month or two.
The staff recommendation that we got in our notebooks is to request an issuance of a notice of violation. Now, if we were to issue a notice of violation, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to revoke the charter. It's just a notice to get them to address these specific issues.
That's correct. And I think what we put on there was 30 days to correct, but you could make that 60 days. You can make that 90 days, whatever the board feels is fair in order for her to be able to do that. You have the discretion of making that determination as to how much time you want to allow her to try to correct these issues.
Jim, gets a little bit more complicated. I recognize the fiduciary responsibility of this board. Like 2 weeks ago when we met, there was just so much to process and so much to talk about. I'm hopeful, based upon today, that we're going to see some resolve of all the controversies that Araceli is raising. I know you're not prepared to advise your client or to make any sort of determination based upon what you've heard, because it takes some time to look into these things and to understand it. So my thoughts are that, and I'll make my comments to the maker of the motion that is on the table, that maybe September may be too far. We're not issuing a notice of violation, and I'd like to bring us back in 2 weeks to reconsider it, assess where we are, look at how much has been progress in that time period. That'll give time for Pandemi and her legal team and her new consultant, as well as the board, to make some decisions here. I want to validate what Trustee Gomez says. I mean, she makes a lot of sense on these issues. I know there's a lot of heart and me involved in here, and I'm not so ready to be punitive yet. So may I ask if you would rescind your motion to lay on the table for September and to resend it and lay it on the table to our next meeting, July 7th, so we can have this discussion and decision at that time.
I'd be very comfortable doing that, to make my motion to lay it on the table for our July 7th meeting so that we can assess the progress at that point as to where we are, especially with the item, I guess, of the fees. That seems to be the most urgent item, and I think by then, if we're convinced that there's a written plan in place, then we can make a decision at that point.
Right. So Tim, you seconded that motion before, when it was for September.
I think you did.
No, you did.
Did I?
Yeah, you did, actually.
Yeah, you did for purposes of discussion.
Yes.
And then you kept
That's
talking.
right.
And we
See, isn't that funny how Alzheimer's begins to kick in at
It
such an
is.
early age?
It
Okay,
is.
that's right. So I will second it. So we're going to the motion is to lay this on the table, give it 2 weeks, come back at that time, essentially go through a lot of the discussion that we did here.
It's about 3 weeks, actually.
And 3 weeks, yeah. So it also is very helpful if everyone shows up here in the meeting too, so we can look everybody in the eye, and it's hard to do it through the Zoom process. So for me, it's always better in person. So that's my thoughts. I'll second it.
I think Greg wants to say something.
I just wanted to clarify that for the associate superintendent, we're going to table item number 15 and bring it back with the same language? Is that your understanding as well?
That is my understanding.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's the intent. Okay, any thoughts on that? Lisa, you're out there in Italy. It's now, what, 4?
Almost 4.
It's 3.
Yeah, almost 4. Yeah, I would just say, I think this sounds like a good compromise. I think that the arguments have been made that they figured out which lanes they want to stay in, given what's happened the last several months. And so I think you verbally made that very clear. And I think for us to see all of that in writing is what we need to see. So I'm very comfortable with that, bumping it to the July 7th meeting and reassessing at that time.
Tim, Becky?
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with July 7th, because that will allow their board time to address some of these things. But I would really ask that we get some written information, maybe following that board meeting, so that we know what actions the board took. Because I think that will help us decide what we need to do on July 7th. And that gives you a little bit of time too.
Yes, understood.
Okay, I'm comfortable with it.
Okay, so hopefully we've been very clear and very gracious in giving much charity.
All of those things, yes.
Right. We don't want to see Pandemi and Isaac fail, but we do have to sometimes go up against the wall or barrier, and tough decisions have to be made. And we're being inch backed against that wall, and tough decisions are going to have to be made. And it can't be just verbal, it has to be written. So let's get all this in written. Hopefully, we're very clear as a board. We stand unanimous on this. It looks like we're going to take a vote here in just a second. Is there any other comments before the vote?
No, I just, as long as we make it clear that we would like everything in writing, just for clarity, I think that's really important, that we have everything in writing on July 7th.
Very good. Okay. Because it's a vote, and we have Lisa.
Point of clarification, they're meeting on the 24th, and your board deadline is the day before, so you're requesting things in writing from Isaac for your July 7th board meeting. What date are you giving them to comply with that?
So, great questions.
Because if you, in fact, Monday, the 28th, in order for us to get it in your packets would probably be, and if you're wanting any analysis by our staff, or you just wanting the documents, they're two different things.
No, we'd like to have Araceli's input. I think that's important. So we have to post everything by the 2nd of,
Right.
yeah, the 2nd is when we would traditionally post everything.
Right, everything would be posted on the 2nd, but as you
Okay.
know, depending on the number of documents and so forth, and you do already have, quite a number of things for that meeting, the numbering of the packet is the whole thing. That's what takes the most time in terms of compiling, and that's why I say, and we would have executive committee on one of those days
Yeah.
at the beginning of the week as well, so.
Right, executive committee would be the 29th or the 30th.
30th, correct, to
So-
finalize the agenda.
Is the 28th too late?
Yeah, the 28th or 29th.
The 28th is not too late for us to get the information in. I just don't know, in terms of staff analyzing, you're not going to have anything written from our staff for inclusion, probably. You would get that at the board meeting.
We'd have a discussion very similar to
Right.
this evening, you know.
If the documents are simple and easy to follow, there might be something. I just don't want to commit to having a written document from our team
Yeah.
with just 2 days.
Right.
But what if we had the 28th, then you would have 1, 2, 3, almost 4 days,
You
no?
wouldn't have 4 days, because again, the way that your documents are compiled, if you look at your packet, we have to have everything to a clerical support person by that Wednesday. That's why right after executive committee, I get it, everything's compiled so that they can start making the appropriate number of copies and get the things numbered and make sure that we've reviewed the documents for errors and corrections and.
Well, I understand the numbering of our binders and the packets, but even if those were just added as an addendum, I think we could live with that. If that gave you guys the time necessary to review them and they could just, be thrown in time for delivery to us.
I just want the board to understand, not knowing what we're going to get, I hesitate to commit on behalf of my staff that they can go through, and especially if there's financials and so forth. We're also talking about repayment plans and those types of things that could be very complex. I don't know until we get it. So I just wanted to point that out to the board. That's all. We don't have to try to come up with a date or anything. I just want to make sure that you understand that we're going to do our best. If we can't get it to you, we'll let you know that, and you'll know that in advance of, and you'll know why.
Okay, so I think if we tentatively say the 28th, and we'll hope that they can get to them and give us
Correct.
as much feedback as possible.
Well, we needed to get it from Isaac though, too.
Yeah,
So-
the
That's what we're
28th.
getting- yeah.
That's what
28th
we're
from
saying,
Isaac.
that we would
So
get it in
close of
writing.
business Monday or?
What's
noon
that?
Monday? From Isaac.
Yes,
We want
yes.
their response when?
We want it,
On the 28th.
yes.
On the 28th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, a written response on the 28th.
I think that's reasonable.
Mhm.
Lisa, you okay? Or is she still on?
Yeah.
There she is.
Just moved around.
good.
Okay, Tim, are you okay with that? Becky, you okay? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I think we've done a lot of discussion on this. Thank you so much, Janelle, and everybody out there. Although, because we do have somebody who's not present, we
Roll
take a
call.
roll call.
Trustee Sparks,
Yes.
Trustee Gomez,
Yes.
Trustee Shaw,
Yes.
Vice President Barkey,
Yes.
and President Williams.
Yes. Okay, very good. So it is now 7 o'clock. I'm gonna do something real quick here, and then we're gonna take about a 5-minute break. I'd like to have a motion for the consent calendar, 4, 5, and 6.
So moved?
I'll second.
Second, okay, discussion, bearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We have to do roll
We have
call.
to roll
Roll
Yeah,
call.
have to do roll call, don't we? And we just
Yeah, we
went
just
down.
lost them.
Oh, boy. Okay, so for the record, there we are up
There we are.
again.
Up.
Lisa, you're there. We're gonna have roll
Yes.
call.
Okay.
Trustee Sparks,
Yes.
Trustee Gomez,
Yes.
Trustee Shaw,
Yes.
Vice President Barkey,
Yes.
and President Williams.
Yes, okay, so for the record, we will be in a 5-minute recess and we will come back with communications. Education is back in session, and let me give acknowledgement to our good sheriff deputy. Thank you for being here. Thank you for protecting us, and we do appreciate everything. We strongly support our men and women in law enforcement. So let's go with communications announcements. Dr. Maharis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Nice to be with you today, and I know that nothing's easy, and your negotiations just now are a testament of that, but I do want to thank you for your patience, as well as the charter school and our staff. I think our staff is doing a wonderful job. It is never easy. Nothing that is worthy is ever easy, frankly. But we want to make sure that those kids are served properly, and that's the bottom line. So just some quick items. I want to commend our Access program. Dr. Jeff Hinneberger and all of the leadership individuals that govern over the Access program are doing a great job. We have over 500 students who will be receiving their high school diploma from Access. And Dave, thank you. Dave Connor is the principal from CCPA, and he was at the graduation where Trustee Becky Gomez attended. So Becky, thank you for doing that. And also Tim Shaw attended the graduation for Sunburst. So Tim, thank you for your participation there. And again, want to do a shout out to Pastor Geiger, who is the pastor at Mariners Church, because the church really has opened up its doors, as well as many churches have, including Saddleback, in many ways. But in terms of the graduation services, man, they provided a chicken and steak dinner at Mariners for all of our parents at the CCPA graduation. Nice. And it was done like first class, you know, top drawer type of a meal for our families, and they celebrated and watched their kids graduate. So it was a wonderful time. And of course, we've seen graduations across the county, so I'm very also excited about our districts and the leadership to allow those kids to walk. That was an important thing. Just quickly, I also want to point out a special program that the Garden Grove Unified School District does. And the superintendent of schools there, Dr. Maffey, Gabriella Maffey, is a tremendous leader. And she started this program, actually. And it received a Golden Bell Award in 2020. But it's a mentorship program where she actually mentors kids herself. So one of her students, Sebastian Lozano, he was a co-valedictorian at Los Amigos High School, and he is headed to Harvard. So back when he was in the 6th grade, in fact, he says it takes more to get into Harvard than just straight A's. He said it took a mentor. So Dr. Maffey shepherded this little guy around when he was really let down into, you know, in the elementary grades, and he was talking about going to Harvard, and guess what? She worked with him and mentored him, and he got accepted to Harvard. So it's a wonderful program that the Garden Grove Unified School District does. So I wanted to do a shout out for her. And then also just to let you know that 2 OC students won top honors at the Congressional Arts Competition. Corona Del Mar Senior writes book on water issues, the water crisis that we see in many countries, even here in our own country where we're under drought conditions, I think now are just about, aren't we, in California. So these 2 students, one is senior Raymond Tron Nguyen of Costa Mesa High School. He earned the People's Choice Award in the 40th Congressional District. And then Catherine Liu of Oxford Academy was recognized also by that same district. And each student will have their artwork displayed in the U.S. Capitol for 1 year. So kudos to them, because it's very difficult. Many of our students compete for this. And for those students to rise to the top, it's a wonderful thing. And then just lastly, at one of our elementary schools in the Irvine Unified School District, Woodbury Elementary School, teacher there, Hillary Gray, read that there was a CEO in Washington who wanted to honor exemplary programs. So she contacted this person and invited this person. His name is Dan Price, and he came to the school And the kids at the time in her class, it was 2015, they were sixth graders. He promised them that all the kids in that classroom would get $1,000 if they went all the way up through the 12th grade and were graduating. And guess what? They did. He also gave them interest, so there were 33 students. They all got $1,000 plus interest, and they were joyful, and it was just a great program, and it really did inspire them and give them that hand up to make them believe that they can go on into the university and go out and make their big splash in society. So that's it for me. at this
Very,
point.
very good. Thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
Okay.
Nina, is there anything from the Associate Superintendent's desk? that we should
No,
know?
I've already mentioned board deadlines for the next board meeting, so I think we're good.
Very, very good. Board discussion real quick. In looking at the forms, again, that will be up and coming. I believe it was Nina and myself during the conversation. There will be some people that will be calling, asking questions, and it was discussed that we would make the executive committee a FAQ document based upon the form. Like today, we heard somebody who thought it was going to be a debate, and it's not going to be a debate. So with the consensus and agreement, I was going to bring back to the next July meetings FAQ that we can officially approve on the upcoming form. Moving on with our.
Can I ask a question, just real quick?
Yes.
So is it gonna be more like a fact sheet, like how the event is gonna run?
Exactly.
It's not a Q&A about the topic, it's just, more of a fact sheet about how it's gonna go.
How many people can be there? Do you need a ticket? You know, that type of thing.
Okay, all right,
But Nina and I will work on some of the questions she brought up in our conversation.
okay, I just wanted to be clear about what we were doing, okay.
Can I ask about the panel?
Sure. Yeah, we're still working on it.
Okay, that's what I thought you were gonna say, but I wasn't.
We don't have all of the confirmations, but I'm working on it. Becky's working on her list. I'm working on mine, and I'm gonna get a few other people. You asked me to help you with the people to suggest, so Mary and I are working very hard on that.
Dr. Williams, just for the board's benefit, you and I also talked about posting what the board had already approved related to the forum. So when we updated the board page with regards to the upcoming meetings, we added the 2 dates that the board approved, and there is a link on those dates that show the documents that were previously approved, the mission and purpose, along with the outline that was approved at the last board meeting in terms of timeframes. So those are already on there, so that if people clicked on that, they could see.
And the FAQ would be along that same line, that we'd link it so people can go to that.
Right.
Okay, very good.
Doctor, we've received a number of, I was reading a lot of the comments that came in on this, and, you know, there's concerns about parking. I'm not familiar with this, is it called Rush?
Rush.
Rush? Will there be adequate parking? And I would hope no one would, I don't know, I would hope there's not a security, would it be an issue, but are we gonna have, will that be part of the FAQ?
Yes, it will be, and since you brought it up.
Ken, can you turn to the mic?
Yeah. Since you brought that up, we will have security. That's an issue that we're going to be voting on, deciding this evening. Regarding the parking issue, I have been in contact with Joe Mendoza, who is the city or the district manager who has the ability to make the approval, and he has conditionally approved it. Nina and staff went down there, and we're going to dialogue about what she saw. We haven't done that yet, but it's a nice large facility. When it's opened up, you can seat 500 people very comfortably in that. The parking, Joe said that they have accommodated up to 2,000 or 3,000 people, and that they were going to reserve a part of the grass field there for parking. So they can easily accommodate 200 to 300 people.
Maybe the fact sheet should encourage carpooling then. Just
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, good point, good point.
Dr. Williams, while you all were in closed session, I received a communication about the Rush Auditorium. They're going to have a special board meeting next Tuesday evening to approve or to take action on the request because they've had a lot of community as you said, for and against. And I guess at the last meeting, there was a lot of conversation about it. So they wanted to let us know that they were declaring a special board meeting just for this purpose. And the rationale was that if, for whatever reason, it wasn't approved, it would allow the board enough time to find another location. But they didn't want us to think that it wasn't going to be disapproved. They just wanted us aware of that. And then they were also sending over some additional costs related to some additional lighting that they felt needed to be, I guess, I'm not sure if it's outside or inside, along with some of the other things. So I'll be bringing that to you as soon as I am able to open documents and see exactly what they have forwarded.
Sure, there's a lot of details that have to be ironed out here. Well, thank you for that. So I'd like to move on. It's now 7:15. I'd like to move on staff recommendation. That would be item number, assuming we have charter submissions, item number 7. Are there any charter submissions?
There are none at this meeting.
Very good. We did the Isaac. Moving on to item number 9, board action on the countywide expulsion plan.
As a reminder, you all did approval of the preliminary plan back in February. It had to be sent out to all the districts so that the boards throughout the county could take action. They have done that now, and so this is requesting final approval on the countywide expulsion plan.
Okay, so we need a motion, a second,
Yes.
and official approval. So I'll make the motion, and I have a second from Trustee Gomez. And any discussion?
I'm sorry, you had a motion by?
By me and a
Okay.
second by Becky. And we're on discussion. Any discussion on that? Barring none, let's do roll call.
Okay, Trustee Sparks left the meeting,
Oh,
so
okay.
you can now just take a.
She fell asleep.
Okay,
If you don't have to take roll call unless you want to. You can now proceed with just doing a regular vote.
my hearing's going too, so you just found that weakness.
It's okay, mine is too.
Okay, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No. Okay, motion passes 4-0 with Trustee Sparks absent. Item number 10, I have board action on the LCAP and dashboard for our access and special education divisions. I'll make the motion. I need a second. Come on, you guys, it's not that late. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'd just like to make one comment about it, and I just really appreciate the parent engagement aspect. And, talking about the school aligning family engagement activities with culturally proficient practices and increase outreach efforts to underserved populations. And I just think that's really important for our families and our students to make sure they're successful. So I just want to make that comment.
Very good, thank you, Becky. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
And if I can just share with the board before you take your vote, what Renee is handing out is the 2022-24 dashboard LCAP local control indicators report for access and special education division. The one in your folder is for college and career pathways, but that one was inadvertently left out. It doesn't need action by the board, but it's supposed to be presented at the board meeting, so we wanted to make sure you had it before you voted.
Okay, yeah, we'll review this. But there's nothing to vote on, it's just that we have to receive it, is
Correct,
that
you just
correct?
had to receive
Okay.
that.
Very good. May it be documented, we received it. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, barring that there's no further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstained, motion passes 4-0. Moving on with number 11, the 2021 Local Control Accountability Plan for our Career and College Pathway Academy. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Second by Mr. Shaw.
Trying to keep us moving.
Yeah. Any discussion on this? Very good. We've all had time to review this. Barring none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion passes 4-0. Moving on to item number 12, which is an update on our board policy of suicide prevention. I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Second it. Any public comments, thoughts on this before we vote on it? Barring none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion passes 4-0. Moving on to item number 13, which is the 21-22 annual budget for our County Office of Education. I'll make the motion to approve it.
I'll second.
Second it. Okay, any discussion? I think we've had a lot of discussion on this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion passes 4-0. Item number 14, this is the redistricting committee. Because this is getting a little bit more complicated, I'll have Mr. Rowland talk about it. I'd like to make a motion for Tim to serve as the chairman for this special committee. And because this will be my third time around, I think I'll offer a little bit of experience to help this committee. And Mr. Rowland, will you share with the board what you have learned in our situation?
Certainly, we have such good momentum going. I'll try to be brief. I had a meeting with Mr. Johnson, Dr. Johnson, on June 14. I shared with him the outcomes of the June 3rd board meeting, whereby we set a $50,000 base price, and the board asked me to get him to agree to at least one virtual meeting as part of that scope of work. And he also agreed to provide a more robust scope of work for the board's review. We had a discussion about what that scope of work would entail, and there's two conceivable ways we could do it. One, he explained, is a more simple internal process whereby NDC receives the demographic data. They meet with the board on a number of occasions. Either he'll do public meetings and executive committee meetings if so desired, and meet with board members one-on-one. He would draw the maps and present the maps at a public hearing, and he explained that this is the process generally employed by a county board of education. The timeline is critical. The census data will become available in August of 2021. There is a California adjustment whereby incarcerated individuals are readjusted to their county of residence. And that is about a 6 to 8 week process. So he explained that the data would be available in or about September of 2021. He would bring the data to a board meeting in October 2021 and explain what, if any, other changes occurred at that time. Then we would go through a mapping process whereby he would create maps, and he would attend board meetings in October and November of 2021. And again, he's also available to meet with board subcommittees as necessary. Because the board has a June 22 winner-take-all primary sort of election, the voting trustee areas must be approved by no later than December 15, 2021. So that somewhat truncates our timeframe. He also explained that there's another more robust public engagement process whereby we do community outreach and we accept mapping suggestions by any and all members of the community. Some jurisdictions even use professional outreach firms to accomplish this. He explained that this is much more expensive, and it is going to be very difficult given the truncated time frame that he explained. Had some discussions about perhaps moving back the election. He said he didn't think those things were going to happen. So in light of the two options, we discussed a sort of a hybrid process where he would go through the internal process with the board, and he would then post the demographic data for public consumption and accept and consider any maps created by the public. So I said I would bring this option to the board, and of course, when the board gives me direction, he would create the exact scope of work.
So do you need, you don't need anything now?
I don't need a vote. I just need some direction to tell Dr. Johnson which direction we would like to go so he could create the scope of work and start the process and start perhaps meeting with the board executive committee.
Or the redistricting committee?
Did I say redistricting subcommittee? Yes.
So
And I want to make sure, Ken, I don't know that you may have misspoke a little. You were putting myself and yourself on that.
that's my recommendation and motion, that's correct.
Okay.
I have
I don't know
a
if you
little
fully finished that sentence earlier, but.
So help me out here, Greg. So your conversation indicated that there's the June primary is not going to be moved back. It's going to be there. The data is going to be available like October,
The data would be available would be August.
but you have the incarcerated.
Yeah, we
that
have the
delays it.
6-week incarceration readjustment, and then he would come to a board meeting in October. Come to board meetings in October and November.
And we have to have a decision by December 15th.
That's correct. We'd
So-
have to vote and approve a map.
So we're not going to see actually anything until October, November, and then the meeting in December is where we actually make the decision.
That's correct.
Okay, okay. Okay. Any questions for Greg? Becky, Tim?
Yeah, so I know the data is not going to be available till, what, August? August-ish?
August-ish.
So he's going to draw the maps and then put it out on,
He's gonna bring it here. He's
Okay.
gonna bring it for public consumption. We didn't discuss the website because of cost,
okay.
but
But it could be on our board website.
right, and he could post the data for the public to review, and then they could draw their own maps, and they would be considered.
Okay.
I thought that was an important add-on that the board may like.
And that would take place when?
That'd take place in the same time frame. He would do his work, and if the public saw the data and wanted to draft their own maps, he would consider them in the final mapping decision.
But it's the board who makes.
Correct.
The
Correct.
decision. We have to have some public input. And it could be a
Yes.
lot or it could be minimal as far as my experience doing this. This is the
Correct.
third time.
And it's usually a lot when we have more time.
Right, so there's not much time.
Right.
Okay.
Dr. Williams, if I could remind you, last time you did have members of the public give you maps also, so that would help that process if they were able to present those. Because I
Yeah,
believe the
the-
last round, we did have members submit their own map
Right.
also.
Yeah, thank you for that. The problem with the December 15 date is he hypothesized that the public would only have about 10 days to do that in this truncated time frame. So that's why we talked about it, having him make the data available on our website.
And that would be September?
That would be September, October, I think.
Okay.
No, actually, you're right. As soon as he has the data, he said he would provide some sort of a tech thing, a zip file or a link or some such thing.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions for Greg before we move on?
So Greg, we would get it, could you provide us a timeline then when, after you talk to him, so that we all are aware of the timeline?
Why don't I have another meeting with them, then do a communication with the board with specific timelines?
Yeah, so I think we can all kind of figure that, well, and then you guys will have to.
And I can communicate it with staff as well, because they're gonna have to.
Well, this is probably going to be on each and every subsequent board until December. So this will be a monthly process where we would be updated. I envision
Certainly,
that.
I don't think it would be difficult for me to get a specific timeline, because he's gonna be providing me a scope of work. So I don't think that would be a difficult ask.
Well, and since we only meet once a month, it's.
We meet twice a month, don't we?
No.
Only in June.
I would just say I'm very honored, and I know how important and serious this is as making our trustee districts for the next decade is, kind of a big, important thing. Make sure we get it right in accordance with the California Voting Rights Act, so we'll take that.
There was a lot of discussion about the California Voting Rights Act in the conversation.
And, Mr. Rowland, you're also aware of county committee involvement?
I'm not aware of a county committee involved in that.
So we'll need to talk about that because there's a county committee process that also has to be included in this.
Okay.
Was that involved last time? I didn't know that. No one told me.
We're always the last to
What-
know.
That's some of the staff work because it came, what came from you and,
Later.
Is everybody hearing that noise?
What are you talking about?
Oh, no.
but we'll get you that information.
Okay. very good. Okay, so for number 14, it's a redistricting committee appointment. We have motion and a second. Any other further questions or thoughts before we vote? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion passes 4-0. We already have taken up item 15. That's laying on the table for next July. Number 16, I am going to make the motion to assign Lisa and Mary for our media committee. This is before the event for the forum. We're going to be having, to make it easier for discussion and public information, we're going to have about an hour and a half where we're going to have media that will be present. And I think Lisa and Mary would do a good job in handling that and arranging that. With the idea and concept that we had talked about is that the experts as well as board members would voluntarily, if you want to participate in the media event and have the interviews and whatever that may be. I don't know much more about that. We have nobody officially invited, although you did invite Roxanne Coltman.
I did. I happened to be chatting with her about that. She called me to ask me about it, so I thought I might as well invite her.
Okay, so you invited her, good. And we'll probably invite all the local print media and local news and all that. Okay.
So am I responsible for invites too as well? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, yeah.
I just want to know, just so I know.
Well, that needs to be done, and I trust that you and Lisa.
Lisa will do it. All right,
can
Lisa,
do
are you
that.
listening, Lisa? Okay,
Lisa's not on.
I know.
All
Why
right.
don't you just assign it to her then?
Yeah, since she's not here, why don't we just know? All right, invites.
Okay, any other discussion on that subcommittee?
Seconding this,
I'll second it.
thank you.
Questions, Tim?
I'm good.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion passes 4-0. Last for the forum is security detail. In discussing with Joe Mendoza, who is the city or district manager for Rossmore, he had talked with the sheriff's department, and the minimum that they have at their meetings is one Orange County Sheriff's Department. They're in a district where the law enforcement is the Orange County Sheriff's Department. So they typically had one or two, depending upon the issues. But Joe thought that maybe four would be, because of the potential nature of this to be controversial, that maybe four would be important. So I just wanted to bring this before the board to get your approval. It may be less, it may be more. I'm going to be talking with Captain Knutson from North Orange County about this. But for now, I'd like to have a motion.
I'll make a motion.
And I'll second that to okay and authorize 4 deputies for our meeting.
And that means the cost of reimbursing them for that, the department for that?
Yeah. We've already set $7,500 as a budget for that, so this will be within that.
Okay.
You might have to add more money.
We might have to add more money, okay. Renee will let me know all that detail. Okay, any other further discussion on security for the forum? Barring none, all those in favor say aye.
I'm sorry, Ken, so we're talking about a minimum of 4 for each meeting?
That's correct.
Okay.
Opposed? Abstained, motion passes 4-0. Okay, so it's now about 7:35 for an informational items. Becky, do you have any?
Yeah, these are the ones I deferred from last time, so I'll be quick. On May 15th, the CSBA Delegate Assembly had a meeting. We talked about the May budget revise. We talked about some the federal updates and what was happening on the federal level, which money was coming down through the state. And then we also talked about the State Board of Education updates, some of the curriculum that was being approved, what's happening what's going to come down to the local districts, and they talked a little bit about the charter school bill. They did have a guest speaker to talk about COVID-19 and the educational equity crisis and what's coming up with the California schools. There was a discussion about summer learning and what different people were doing based on the pandemic and sort of the learning loss that was out there. And then we had kind of some breakout sessions to talk about what worked well with schools reopening, what didn't work well, and how the different challenges were being addressed by each school district. So that was the delegate assembly. On May 16th, it was a really fun-filled weekend, that weekend. I had a meeting with the California County Boards of Education. So again, the different committee reports, they talked about logo branding and a new brochure update, talked about the newsletter. And there was also the conversation again, which I brought up previously, about the computer science education project. And there's a little summary. If people are interested in this, I can give it to Nina, and Nina can forward it to everyone, just so you can see what was going on with that. They are planning to meet in person in Sacramento, tentatively Friday, July 30th to Sunday, August 1st. And then they're also planning another meeting in Monterey. Right now, virtual or in person, they're still not sure about that, and that will be September 10th. And then another meeting Thursday, December 2nd in San Diego. And again, those are tentatively in person and virtual, depending on what happened yesterday, I guess. So they'll be making some decisions about what's going to happen there. So that's what's going on in those two.
So the CCBA is when? July 30th?
The California County Board of Education.
Yeah. That's in Sacramento last week.
The Sacramento will be Friday, July 30th through Sunday, August 1st. And they're still determining whether that's going to be virtual or in person. It may be both. And then September 10th in Monterey and Thursday, December 2nd in San Diego. They still haven't determined whether or not they're going to be in person or virtual, but they do have those dates set.
Very good.
And that concludes my report.
Very good. Any other communications from the board?
I have a couple. One, I just want to remind that I don't think we've approved dates for meetings going forward.
You get those at your July meeting?
Oh, because, I mean, we don't even have a July.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're correct. That would have been this month.
Right.
With Drew.
We did talk about that the other day.
So,
We've been shorthanded.
Yeah, so we know the next meeting is July 7th, obviously.
and I'll bring a calendar for the year.
Okay.
Based on the first Wednesday of the month and the same calendar that you set previously. So we'll have all those dates
Excellent.
outlined. Okay.
I only noticed because they're not in my calendar, and it kind of concerns me that I'm going to be.
Well, you and I talked about it at the last meeting. I'm going, we'll get that. We thought we were going to get it this meeting.
Right. We have some of them on the website, but not.
And then we forgot. Both of us forgot.
Yep. Also, I wanted to mention, I did go and I actually spoke at the Unity Middle School graduation, and it was wonderful. It was a great experience, and I apologize for missing Sunburst. That was one of my favorite events, and I was actually having serious vision issues that morning. About 8:30, I called Nina, and I actually was having an ocular migraine. I rushed to the doctor, was very concerned, but yeah, I didn't even know that existed.
Wow.
And I actually followed up with a specialist yesterday, and I'm going back in 3 months, but he thinks my eyes will be fine. But I was seeing psychedelic things out of the left side of my head, so it was concerning.
That's scary.
Yes, it was. So I was very
That's
sad to miss Sunburst and felt bad for the last minute notice. So hopefully that won't happen
Tim?
again.
I did make it to Sunburst. It was very, very good. Little warm. All right, a lot warm, but it was very good. And Dr. Hindenberger was a speaker, did a fantastic job, and it was just fun being with those students.
Yeah, I really do miss that. But I have to tell you, Saturday was even hotter than Friday when I was at Unity, and it was very hot on that stage. Oh. But it's fun. It's an experience I don't mind sweating.
Very good. I have a motion for adjournment then.
Oh, so moved.
We are adjourned.
Let's do this.
No vote.